Alright. No idea what happened there. But, yeah. Apparently the microphone decided it didn't want to work. But, everything should be good now. Yay. Alright. 1 and a 2. And I really should put 3 there. Oh yeah, and I should do the thing. Do the thing! Alright. This is... So, man, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, and I'm just talking about my own end. I'm not talking about, and stuff that's going on in the rest of the world right now. I'm just for my own end. Life's been interesting last couple of weeks. Let me think here. Today's now Wednesday the 26th. And I did... Oh, shoot. I forgot I gotta do a thing still. Wow. Alright, first things first. Mute you. And the other thing I gotta do... Oh yeah, those of you that are not currently following me on Blue Sky... There's an extra something going on if you do follow me on Blue Sky. And that is that every week I try and post about I do try and post about something I do try and post about something interesting that's happened. Meow? Hello? There we go. I do try and post about something interesting that's happened. I shouldn't say something happened. I do try and post about 1 card per week for... Like, basically, you know how I'm doing these streams that are, hey, by the way, here's a card that's, here's a card from an interesting set that people might overlook. And so what I've been doing is I've been going through every set. I only started maybe a couple of months ago. And I'm going through every set. And posting 1 specific card from that set. That's a card that people might overlook. That people might actually have an interest in. And so I try and post them on Wednesdays. I apologize. I really This is a thing I normally have done Usually I do it at the end of stream. Um, this time. I apologize. I'm doing it during stream. And it's only getting posted on Blue Sky. Uh, there we go. So yeah, as I was saying, once a week I try and post on Blue Sky about, hey, by the way, here's a card that people overlook. The same sort of, basically like a one card version of the sort of thing I do here on my stream. And, so, this week was Fallen Empires. And Fallen Empires, I'm just going to pull the card up real quickly. So the card is this cool card called Heroism. Now, if you're familiar with white in general, when it comes to Magic, white, and this has been true for quite a few years now. White likes its tokens, and I know that in, like, even as early as Fallen Empires, if not older, White actually had a decent amount of tokens going on. It wasn't. I mean, to be fair, tokens as a strategy was a thing that developed in White later on. But even the non-token concept was still the same. Make an army, have a bunch of, you know, you can call them, conscripts if you want. You can call them volunteers. You can call them reserves, whatever. Have a bunch of units come out and then put something out that will pump the entire team. And tokens as a strategy, realistically, in the earliest days, I think was more of a red thing. I do not really remember. Wait, no, because red, I think I'm thinking Goblin Warrens. I don't remember much token strategy going with anybody else, because Alpha, Beta, Unlimited didn't really create tokens per se. I mean, you had something like the Hive, but that was accessible to anyone. I don't remember anything creating tokens anywhere else. Arabian Nights, I don't remember creating tokens. Antiquities, I don't remember making tokens. Legends and the Dark, I always get the two of them mixed up because, we're talking my earliest Magic the Gathering memories. We're talking well over 30 years ago because I started playing just after Legends came out, and I was able to pick up like a pack or two, and that was it. No luck getting anything else. And then the Dark, like when it comes to flavor, there's certain things that help. The Dark very much feels like the precursor to something like Innistrad. But apart from that, forget about it. I don't remember any actual token generation. You had Stang, which made a Stang twin. No, Legends had some. Legends had some because you also got Hazazon. Hey Zero. Hazazon got Sand Warriors. Um, and one of the two sets, and I don't remember which one, had Dance of Many. And I want to say that was the Dark, where it was like a 2 mana card that made. It was a 2 mana enchantment that made a token that was a copy of something else. And if you lost one, you lost both. But I do not remember any specific color getting tokens per se, like as a thing that they did. And on Fallen Empires, let me think here. White gave us Ication Town, which was a 6 mana spell that gave you four citizen tokens. Blue got Homrid Spawning Bed, where you sacked a creature and you sack a blue creature and you got tokens equal to the power of the creature that you sacked. So something that's like a 2 mana 3/1 would get you 3 tokens. Black got Thralls high, including acts like Breeding Pool, which were great for keeping your Lord of the Pit alive. Red got Goblin Warrens, which, you sack a couple real goblins first, but your goblins back then were just often like kind of bad, 1 mana 1/1s. You might be lucky and get into like a 2 mana 2/2, but that was it. But then you did that enough and you could keep your Goblin Warren alive because you pay 3 mana and sack 2 goblins and you would get 3 1/1 tokens. And so as long as you can do it the first time, you can just keep it fed. As long as you get the mana, of course. And green had salads, which... Oh, no. Green was the first strategy where you could actually play a token strategy of sorts, because you'd get like salads and saplings, and some effects in that set. Let's just pull up Fallen Empires real quick. Some effects in that set. I mean, you had Night Soil, which you could exile creatures from a graveyard and get a salad out of it. But you also had things like salad itself. Beginning of your upkeep, you put a spore counter on it. Every 3 spore counters you remove, you get a 1/1 token. So you had that. You had Night Soil. And some of the saplings, you could do other things as well. I think that was... Green might have been the first color to actually be able to allow you to commit to a token strategy of sorts. Commit might be a bit of a strong word, but it at least was an option. If you went red-green, you also got to play with Stang. Actually, if you went Naya, you could go, which is red, green, white. You also got Hazazon Tamar to play with. And a 3-color strategy was not unreasonable. And at that point, keep in mind, the original dual lands at that point were still pretty cheap. They might be like $10 for like the OG duels. So, but yeah, this is the sort of thing that I'm posting about on my Blue Sky. So if you follow me at all on Blue Sky, you will see me posting about one card per week. Again, I try to do it on Wednesdays. I usually try and do it after I stream. Um, but I didn't realize until I started streaming tonight that it's like, oh, I need to do this still, and doing it after my stream would be doing it on Thursday. So I'm trying to do it every week on, on Tuesday or Wednesday sort of thing. And this is the card that I came up with. And the interesting thing about heroism, what I pointed out for that was that if you sacrifice, like, because white has got such a big thing with tokens these days, and it did take a few years. It did take a few years for white to actually get into the token strategy business. And that was largely, in my opinion, on the back of you have a handful of cards that make tokens. You don't need a lot, but you have a handful of cards that make tokens. And then cards to the effect of Glorious Anthem that say that your creatures get +1/+1. Well, so if I spend 2 mana to make 2 1/1 creatures, with a Glorious Anthem, I'm spending 2 mana and getting 2 2/2 creatures. So suddenly, they make more of a difference. And so then, based on that kind of lens, this was not that big a deal back in the day. It was, that's cute. But let's read its Oracle text. Sacrifice a white creature. So I sacrifice one creature. It's a 1/1 soldier token, or a 1/1 spirit token, or a 1/1, or maybe I've got like a 0/1 citizen token, or whatever. As long as the token says, hey, by the way, I have white, it could be a 2/2 white blue detective token, whatever. As long as the descriptor for it says, hey, by the way, the token being sacrificed is white. As long as you've got that going on, you sacrifice that because it just cares that it's a creature, and you're in white. You're making tokens of plenty, more than likely. For each attacking red creature, prevent all combat damage should be dealt by that creature this turn, unless they pay 3 mana. At least one of that 3 has to be red. Now, let's read how the original text is written. And the way it's worded, the costing bit looks a bit odd. But the sacrifice a white creature is based on how it was written back then. That is actually part of the cost. 0: sacrifice a white creature. So just take that part and put it with the cost. So sacrifice, because at that point they basically assumed that costs were likely to be paying mana. Sacrificing a creature was not a thing you could do as cost. That was the understanding back then. That's no longer true. This is why it's worded the way it is. To have attacking red creatures deal no damage during combat this turn. The attacking player may pay red +2 for an attacking creature to have it deal damage as normal. So the way I put things was fine. I am going to sacrifice this one creature that I don't. It's a token, or it's a creature that can come back somehow. Chrono Savant, you know, if you care, whatever. Or something that's got a good a good dice trigger, or whatever. Sack a creature. I say you want if you're in white and you've got some amount of red, because the way this card is written it has a red mana symbol. So therefore you have to be playing red as well, according to Commander. However, you put this in a deck that's at least Boros and heavy on the white, and you're up against dragons, as an example. Dragons are very largely heavily based on red. Even a Miriam deck is going to be heavily based on red, because that's where you're going to find most of the dragons that you're going to have an interest in playing. You're going to have some, in other colors, but it's heavily going to be red or red plus something. You sack a token. Alright, I'll pay 3 for this one to deal damage. I'll pay 3 to this one to deal damage. I'll pay 3 for this one to deal damage. They're playing dragons. They're going to have a decent amount of mana. But 3 per dragon is still a lot. Cool. Now we'll declare blocks. All these other dragons that you tried attacking with aren't getting through, so I can ignore them. So now I've only got 3 creatures I have to worry about blocking. These guys, all these other guys, are not going to be dealing damage. Wait, what? Yeah. Have fun with that. So that's how I see things going on with a card like Heroism. You turn around and say, "Hey, by the way, I'm going to I'm going to go do this thing. I'm going to make you lose all your token. I'm going to make most of your creatures unable to deal combat damage. And then I'll just work on blocking the rest of them." That was my plan for it. That being said, we are now looking at Battle for Zendikar. And Battle for Zendikar did something interesting. You've heard me, hopefully, you've heard me talking about blocks before. And a block up to, but not counting, Battle for Zendikar. And they start all the way back in Ice Age, which I want to say is either late 94 or sometime 95. And this is now 2015 that Battle for Zendikar is coming out. So for 20 years, the block structure had been, here are 3 sets that take place in the same area. The setting is the same, the characters involved are the same, the plot of what's going on there is the same. It's all one cohesive storyline. It's kind of like if you go to a movie, you can break it down conceptually into, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the movie. There are, it's an act structure. First act, second act, third act. The second act is usually where all the the first act is like setting up, making sure the audience, or if you're reading a book, the reader or whatever, understands what's going on, who's being involved, and everything else. Basically, character introductions introducing the plot, so on and so forth. The second act is where things actually happen. And then the third act is where things wrap up and all the loose ends get tied, and you know, the person reading or watching or whatever might not be happy because, maybe a favorite character died, but all the loose ends are tied up. Apart from the stuff that's left for a, potential to be continued coming across the screen. But realistically, you're looking at a 3-act structure, and the storyline of the blocks at this point had been going through a 3-act structure. Battle for Zendikar turned that on its heels and turned around and said, what if we only do 2? So here's the thing. By this point, we had more or less gotten used to the idea of 1 block per year of 3 sets, and then an additional set that would be, some kind of supplemental set. It would either be a core set or it would be a supplemental set of some sort. The first commander set, for example, was because we had got used to the rhythm of a core set every 2 years, and then in the intervening years, we might have Archenemy come out, we might have a commander set come out, we might have some interesting product coming out. Well, then they started making the commander sets every year, so they had to plug that in. They had to plug that in a different spot. But at this point, they were also giving us a core set every year. Well, that's fine. You have, your 4 sets, and then every so often you get a 5th set as well. No big deal. But they took that 4 sets because these 4 sets were going to be going through standard and modern and everything else. And they said, what if instead of doing 4 sets as a 3 plus 1, what if we did 2 plus 2? No more core set, but 2 2-set blocks. And they tried that strategy. And the commander sets, again, they had been, the first couple were like spaced out every other year. And then after that, they were being an annual affair. And they would just keep being an annual affair. That is the world where we start Battle for Zendikar in terms of when do sets come out. That eventually changes some more. We'll get to that later. But now let's talk about Zendikar. If you're watching this on YouTube and you look at the description section, you will see, I've written some kind of blurb about the setting, about the set that's showing up, the kind of cards you'll see in it, etc. And we're in Zendikar. This is our actual second time returning to Zendikar. This is the Battle for Zendikar. The first time we encountered, the people that were there. They have vampires. They have the core, which were, from what I remember, introduced to us back in Tempest, but one of those, it's just another humanoid tribe. Well, we've picked up bits and pieces over the years, and the first trip to Zendikar, we actually hit core as a creature type in a setting where they were actually plentiful and more fleshed out. And we have, we have core, we have your typical class types, your wizards and your this and your that and whatever else. And you have vampires that they're also dealing with, and merfolk, and a lot of stuff you'll see regularly. But that was Zendikar. And then World Wake, the world is, well, waking up. Why is the world waking up? The world is waking up because there's a this is not an earthquake, this is a worldquake. There's a problem going on people are not ready for. Rise of the Eldrazi. I believe the merfolk, if I remember correctly, the merfolk had been worshipping the Eldrazi as three gods with different names, but as much more benign individuals than what they turned out to be. Cozy, Ula, and Emiria turned out to be the Eldrazi Titans of Kozilek, Ulamog, and Emrakul. This was our first actual introduction to the Eldrazi. And they all got jammed into one big set and threw everybody for a loop that didn't know what was going on. Colorless creatures. Colorless, expensive creatures with, game changing abilities. And when I say game changing, I mean that, like these three Eldrazi Titans, as well as some others, had things like Annihilator. And Emrakul, the biggest and baddest of them all, the one that is banned in Commander. Annihilator 6, you attack with Emrakul, and guess what? Before the person you're attacking can declare blockers, that Annihilator 6 kicks in, the defender has to sacrifice 6 of their permanents. Yeah. So Battle for Zendikar rolls around. Now we know of the existence of the Eldrazi. Now we are seeing the rest of the people of the plane trying to get together to fight off this otherworldly, massive, ginormous threat. Here's the fun part. Not everybody ends up being on the same side. You have vampires, for example, that decide, and they may not, and I'm not just saying vampires, some of them decide, you know what, if we don't help everybody else, there's not going to be anyone left to feed on. Because we sure as hell ain't going to be able to feed on the Eldrazi. Yeah, some of the vampires and other creatures from various factions decide, no, we're going to go and support the Eldrazi because they're the ones that are going to win this. They're bigger, they're more powerful, this, that, and whatever else. It's kind of like having, a bunch of really, a bunch of regular people, quote unquote. Keep in mind, most settings for Magic, even 1/1 creature is still competent at combat. you know, you have to go based on the assumption that a lot of these creatures that you see in Magic are actually still competent at combat. You have a bunch of people like that, and suddenly the Death Star from Star Wars shows up. What are a bunch of people going to do against the Death Star? You know, or if you prefer Star Trek, no, I don't even think I would compare it to the Borg cube because the Borg cube is still populated by. No, I don't know what the best Star Trek comparison would be. And I'm not saying Q. I don't know if there's a decent analog to something like the Death Star. It might be the Borg cube, but I don't think that lines up just as well. Anyway, basically, you have these these ginormous creatures that are not only that, the Borg have got a different thought process to how to handle individuals. They're more like dealing with the Phyrexians. They want to adapt them. Um, I think the Borg generally think they're doing what they do, like they do what they do for the betterment of all. I think that is the Borg's thought process. The Eldrazi don't care. It's almost like dealing with Galactus. You know why? From Marvel, he who eats planets, and you send a planet. You send Galactus to a planet. It's going to, he's going to consume that planet, and the more intelligence and whatever else, the more life is on that planet, the better a meal it is for him. Galactus might possibly be an appropriate analog to the Eldrazi. They do not care about who's there. Yeah. Anywho. And so you've got the various people of Zendikar banding together to rise up against the Eldrazi. And this, instead of being a three-part story, no. We have a part one and a part two, and that's it. So enjoy. This is the world in which we see ourselves in. We're having to deal with the Eldrazi. And we only have 2 sets to do it in, not 3. Welcome to crunch time. Oh, that's fine. Wait about 8 years or, 7 or 8 years when they decide to get rid of the block structure altogether. And technically, War of the Spark is its own set. It is not part of a block. And then everything else is one set telling a story on its own, and you have to wrap everything up in a single set. We only get a few years of doing this. Before. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get through this, shall we? Rose Retribution. 2 white, 3 other instant. 5 damages to choose against a number of target attacking or blocking creatures. We can use... Oh man, I love this flavor text. We can use their hunger to lead them into danger. If we're already prey, we may as well be bait. Oh, oh, wow. Wow, that's a scary way to have to think about things. You know the stakes are high when they're like, if we're already done for it, we might as well make use of that fact. We're going to die anyway. Let's make it worth something. So, Rose Retribution. First things first, 5 mana for 5 damage as an instant in white if you're looking to deal damage to creatures in combat. Royal's Retribution is surprisingly reasonable. The problem I see here is that you start getting effects like Wrath of God and Day of Judgment at 4 mana. And you have the ability to exile stuff at 1 and exile stuff with no drawback at like 3, I think. So suddenly Royal's Retribution shows up and I'm like, what do you want from this? The real reason to play this is you're also playing that black card, and I cannot remember what it's called. I want to say it's like Pestilent Spirit. That goes, hey, by the way, your spells also have Death Touch. I think it's Death Touch. Pestilent. Pestilent Spirit? Instant sorcery spells you control have Death Touch. It's a 3 mana 3/2 with Menace and Death Touch itself from Ravnica Allegiance. And it's like $1. It's only got a single printing and it's $1 rare. Having something like that, suddenly going, hey, by the way, having that out and going, Rose Retribution, by the way, hit these guys, which, because any damage from a source with Death Touch is lethal damage, now goes, by the way, these things are all dead now. That, doing something like that is useful. You can also combine it with cards like Anti-Venom or Phyrexian Vindicator or similar effects to actually, shoot. I'm blocking with this, or alternatively, I'm attacking with this. I'm going to take this 5 damage that would be getting dealt to them, and instead put +1/+1 counters on it, or redirect that damage elsewhere, or what have you. And so if you're building around that kind of process, I can wrap my brain around that. But if you're just looking at as creature removal, realistically, you're either doing 1 damage to 5 creatures, in which case you might as well have an effect along the lines of, I was going to say Pyroclasm. What's the... Is it Marrow Shards I'm thinking of? Yeah, Marrow Shards. You might as well have an effect like Marrow Shards. Or you're doing 5 damage to 1 creature, in which case, why don't you just run Path to Exile, Swords of Plowshares. Swords of Plowshares probably being the better option in like a better option in Commander than it is in other constructed formats, because 5 life is not that big a deal in a 40 life format, whereas giving somebody extra mana, if you're trying to look at this from a more competitive perspective, whereas giving them an extra land can be a big deal, but you know, in a competitive environment, are they going to live long enough to make use of that extra land? Whereas gaining 5 life could be an extra turn, an extra 2 turns, an extra 3 turns, depending on what's going on with your deck. So at that point, like the one time you would want to use an effect like Rose Retribution over something else is if you want to hit one thing for 2 and another thing for 3. But honestly, at that point I would just spend 2 removal spells. Or I would expect to play, I would expect to hold up. Because the other thing is, for 5 or 6 mana, you can start actually looking at instant speed wrath effects. And at 4, you get them at sorcery. So, I don't know. What do you want to do? I, I, I think the best place to run Rose Retribution is when you're looking at I have a deck in mind. I have a strategy that wants my creatures to be dealt damage. So therefore I'm putting Rose Retribution in to to make better use of that. And that's a thing I can understand. Core Castigator. Core Castigator is kind of, well, here's the thing about Eldrazi Scions. Eldrazi Scion, similar to the Eldrazi spawn that we first encountered in our first trip to Zendikar, are creatures that have both the type Eldrazi and Scion. Similar to how the Eldrazi spawn had to have the types Eldrazi and Spawn. It's like it's like saying can't be blocked by elf druids. It has to be an elf and a druid, and if it is, it qualifies. So, when is that going to come up? It's only going to come up generally if somebody's playing with Eldrazi Scions, which means, those are the 1/1 creatures that from what's it called? Kozilek's command and stuff of that nature that you can pop to go, hey, by the way, I sack this for mana, I sack this and I got a colorless mana of it. But they're the 1/1 versions, whereas the spawn are the 0/1 versions. But a point that I will consistently over and over and over and over again, I'm going to keep making this point. I'm going to keep driving home this point. Anything, when you see a oracle text that refers to creature typing specific creature typing goblins you control have, or actually, sorry, elves you control have, destroy all goblins, you know, exile target zombie. Stuff like that where it specifies a certain specific creature type. Anything that has all creature types qualifies. Core Castigator isn't just going to be looking for something that says it's an Eldrazi Scion. It's also going to be looking for anything that's got all creature types. Which means, if somebody's playing Tribal, you can attack with impunity and know you're getting... Like, as soon as they drop that Masquerade Nexus, you know you can attack for 3, and they cannot block it at all. Because all your stuff is Eldrazi, and all your stuff are Scions. So therefore, they are Eldrazi Scions. Which means they cannot block me. Which means, according to... Yeah, you just made this guy completely unblockable. Have a nice day. It's one of those sort of weird situations where you almost want to go... I always get the two names mixed up. I think the card I'm thinking of is... You know what? Yeah. It's almost the sort of situation where you want to go, I cast Masquerade Nexus, I cast Fractured Identity on my Masquerade Nexus, so I no longer have one, it's exiled, but all 3 of you now have a token copy of it. Well, why would you do that? Your Core Castigator is unblockable. You can play Tividar's Crusade. I might have misspelled that. Might be Tivadar. Tivadar's Crusade, yes. Which is 3 mana, destroy all goblins. But if everybody's got a Masquerade Nexus in play, they're also goblins. So now you've got a 3 mana Wrath effect with no additional drawback. Oh, but the drawback is everyone else has got a Masquerade Nexus. That's fine. You can run Tunnel in your deck. You can, and Word of Blasting. You can run basically anything that cares about something of a specific creature type. Like, you can basically do the anti-tribal deck. You give everybody Masquerade Nexus. Say, drop a Pithing Needle named Masquerade Nexus, so nobody can activate it. Now all their stuff has got all creature types, and then that turns on everything that you've got. That's suddenly, hey, by the way, I deal with something, I care about you having a specific creature type. Guess what? All your stuff is all creature types. You know what? I kind of want to build that deck idea now. Is it identity? Yes. Identity. There we go. So yeah, Core Castigator, you want to build a deck that's of that style, Core Castigator will fit nicely into that deck. It's Here's the thing, it's still not a terrible card otherwise. You can largely assume it's just a Blade of the Sixth Pride in most decks that is going to, well, first of all, it's an ally, and their ally is the deck that people occasionally like to try and build. So that's an option. You could build around the creature types, and it's a 2 mana 3/1, which is, it's perfectly serviceable. Shadow Glider, the only reason to play Shadow Glider compared to any other 3 mana 2/2 flyer is realistically it's a core. You can find, I'm pretty sure you can even find 2/2 flying soldiers for 3 mana. You are playing this one specifically because it's a core, or because you're doing something crazy. You're like, how many 3 mana 2/2 flyers can I throw in my deck? And then, by the way, I'll just stuff that cares about the fact that I've got flyers or whatever. Realistically, you're playing it because it's a core. If you're playing core tribal, you are going to be looking into sets from around Tempest era. I don't remember exactly which ones, but I want to say Tempest era originally introduced us to core. And then I think there might be some during Time Spiral block. And then the first trip to Zendikar and this trip to Zendikar, and might be the very odd scattered one otherwhere, elsewhere. You are playing it because it's core. Similarly, Ghostly Sentinel. Ghostly Sentinel is, I want to be Sarah Angel when I grow up. 3 mana for, 3 mana 2/2 flyer. So you're paying 2 extra mana over the Shadow Glider and getting an extra point of power and toughness and vigilance. And I don't think 2 mana is quite worth it for that much boost. Still useful, but again, this is the sort of thing you're going to see often enough. The reason you're playing this, core, more than likely, spirit, possibly. But you should be able to find something as a spirit that's closer to Sarah Angel. You may not find the exact stats on it. You might be looking at 3/4 or 4/3 for a spirit. But at 5 mana, you should be looking around that point. And they really don't like giving us something comparable to Sarah Angel at common, even today. I think the best I've seen from what I remember seeing in recent standard legal sets, I think you've got a 3/4 for 5 with flying and vigilance, and when it attacks, another attacking creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. So if you do have 2 of them, they can average out to Sarah Angel, but they don't want to give it to us, straight up. Lithomancer's Focus. One white, instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Prevent all damage to be dealt to that creature this turn by colorless sources. So, first thing to note is, as I've mentioned before, green is the king of, you spend 1 mana at instant speed, you get +3/+3 till end of turn. It's called Giant Growth. White tries very hard to get Giant Growth and usually stops at +2/+2 with something else that would be worth that additional +1/+1. So maybe +2/+2 and flying. Maybe +2/+2 and um and untap that creature. Maybe +2/+2 and something else small that's not worth spending an extra mana on. But you know, maybe +1/+1 in first strike. Maybe +2/+2 in first strike, depending on when you're looking at it, and so, what rarity and stuff. But they try not to give. They try not to give white. They try not to quite give white first. Not first strike. Um, giant growth. But they want you to feel like you've almost got it, but you get something else for it. So, the extra little kick that it gets. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to that creature this turn by colorless sources. Now, if you're playing against stuff along the lines of Eldrazi and other colorless decks, this largely boils down to combat. Occasionally, it's going to make a difference for effects like, what do you call it? Like Rod of Ruin and other directed damage sources. Staff of Nin, I think, is probably more likely to be played than Rod of Ruin in the format like Commander. But something of that nature. But what we would rather have is something that says, this creature gains hexproof till end of turn, or this creature gets indestructible till end of turn, or gets ward, or something. It does say colorless sources. So that is something to note. They said sources. They didn't say colorless creatures. They said sources. I will point out that unless another effect says otherwise, a land has no color. If you earthbend a forest, for example, Badger Mole Cub. When it enters, earthbend 1. Target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that's still land. Put a +1 counter on. When it dies or is exiled, return it to the battlefield tapped. Relevantly, nothing in there says it becomes a color. Basic Forest. Basic Forest, the basic lands, do not have a color unless another effect specifically gives them one. It looks like it might be green. It is not green. The rules say that lands have no color, even though they may tap for that color. It's like saying, Moss Diamond. Cost 2 to cast. It is not a green card. It's a colorless card. It taps for mana, but it doesn't have a color in and of itself. Lands, similarly, do not by default have a color unless something specifically says, hey, by the way, you have a color. An example of this, if you look at Treetop Village, you pay, it's the activation cost, and it doesn't just say it becomes a 3/3 ape, it becomes a 3/3 green ape creature with trample till end of turn. It wouldn't need that word green if it already had a color associated, like if it already was green. So, you can deduce from that that Treetop Village, unless you pay that activation cost, is not green. How about no? So, you can deduce, so the only other way to invoke anything involving the possibility of color at all for Treetop Village would actually be to say it's colorless, because it would not make sense to make it white, blue, black, or red. Those just don't make sense. It has an ability that says it becomes green, which means it can't already be green, so the only other option is it has to be colorless. So, lands by default are colorless unless an effect that gives them a color. Earthbend does not say it becomes a green 0/0 creature or anything. It becomes a creature. It's still colorless. So, Lithomancer's focus will prevent damage that was dealt to it by an Earthbent land that doesn't have another ability saying, hey, by the way, I'm this color as well. Most of the time, an Earthbent land is going to be colorless. So, a little bit better, I think, now than it used to be because of Earthbending. But this is not the first mechanic that we've had that can turn lands into creatures. And in fact, we may come across some of them in this set. Yeah, just it's. Are you looking for some sort of giant growth-ish effect in white? You have a litany of options. This is one of the many options you can choose from. Onto Greathorn. I do not generally like Landfall. This creature gets plus whatever till end of turn. But that partly depends on what you're looking at. If you are looking at a 1 mana 0/1 that gets +2/+2 till end of turn, I do not like them. Step Links and its ilk, I do not like those. But if it's a 1 mana 1/1 with that ability, that gets +1/+1 till end of turn, or a 1 mana a 2 mana 1/1 like Plated Geopede that's got first strike and gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Those I like much, much more. Because I do not like the idea of having to hit a land drop for it to deal any damage. Now, yes, if you're playing a very aggressive deck, they're really good. but you need to have enough of quantity in your deck. Or you could just play stuff that already has power. A 1 mana 2/1. I would play that so much more easily. But this is me saying what I would do and what my feelings on them are. This is not me saying people should not play this. There's a big difference between the two. I understand why people say they're good. I cannot argue with the results. I just do not find that for me it is the kind of card that I think is worth playing. On to Greathorn, on the other hand. 4 mana for 2/3 first strike, which seems a little overcosted, but not by too far, let's be honest. Because think about it. 1 white, 2 other, bear with me. 1 white, 2 other gets you a 2/2 flyer. Flying and first strike, I think, in white are costed about the same. So you're paying an extra mana for a 3rd point of toughness. But now you've got a landfall trigger as well. Landfall +2/+2, which is huge. Okay. This is the sort of thing that, like, if you've got ways to get lands into play as an instant, you have a fetch land you haven't cracked yet. You can drop a land into play with an effect like Poo-Poo UFO or Walking Atlas or something of that nature. You can sacrifice a land to Harrow or Dreamscape Artist, etc. Then suddenly a card like Ondu Greathorn is easily a 4/5 or, I don't know, maybe a 6/7 with first strike. And that's huge. You know, starting off as a 2-power first strike creature is not bad. And the fact that it's a 2/3 means that even if the creature does survive the first strike damage, it's going to have to deal 3 back to kill it, not 2. You know, it has a bigger butt than it first looks. This, I think, is a much more reasonable creature than most people would give it credit for. If you're considering playing... Here's the fun part. Let's take, just as a conceptual skeleton, my mono blue ramp deck. Okay? My mono blue ramp deck tries to play like a green deck. And yes, it does have some landfall in it because, well, green likes its landfall, and I don't mind creatures that have landfall as long as they've already got something going on to begin with. Adventuring Gear is kind of in there out of necessity because I wanted one more card that had landfall that did something useful. And so I'm like, it's 1 to cast, it's 1 to equip. I'm not paying that much for it. Meh, fine. And so, if I were to take this deck idea, and let's say try and port it over to white. Let's say I were to try and port it over to white. Then onto Greathorn, I could easily see going into a deck like that. My blue deck has a 2/2 flyer with landfall +2/+2 till end of turn. It's a 4 mana creature, 2/2 flyer, landfall +2/+2. That's actually kind of reasonable. Onto Great Horn, I'm getting a 2/3 first strike, which is a better rate in my opinion. Landfall, it's a 4/5. If you're working on things like fetchlands or stuff like Poo Poo UFO or whatever, you have the ability of waiting to see who blocks what with what before deciding whether or not you need to crack it. And if you do need to crack it, you know, are you killing a creature? Are you killing a creature? Are you hitting your opponent for extra damage, etc., etc.? Because first strike, kind of a big deal. I think if you were to take the concept of I want to build a mono green ramp deck that involves landfall and port it over to white, similarly to how I ported it over to blue. If you were to do that, then I think Onto Greathorn would fit nicely. Stonehaven Medic. 2 mana for 1/3. Pay white and tap it to gain a life. Don't think you need to go through all that. There are... I think there's versions where it's just tap to gain the life. I'm gonna hate myself for this. OTAG activated ability and ID equal white toughness greater than 1 and mana value less than 3. What do we got? 19 cards. Creditube relievers. Nope, only works on something that's attacking alone. Ha! Really? For really cheap creatures that have activated life gain. What if I go greater than 0? Well, Ghostlit Redeemer. 1 to cast for 1/1. White tap gain 2. Keeper of the Light only works if somebody's got less life than more life than you. Whirl Herbalist, you can exile cards off the top of your deck to gain life. Shoe Farmer. On your turn, so Shoe Farmer is basically 2 mana, 2 Soul Mender. That's the card I was thinking of. Shoe Farmer is basically Soul Mender for an extra mana, and you can only use it during your pre-combat. Well, you can only use it on your turn before declaring attackers. But Soul Mender is the card I was thinking of, where it's white for 1/1, tap gain a life. Compared to the Stonehaven Medic, for an extra mana, you're getting 2 extra points of toughness, which is about right, but now your activation is paying white and tap rather than just tap. And I'm like, yeah, no, no. If I'm paying white mana, I should be getting more than one. I should be getting more than one mana out of it. Ghostlit Redeemer, paying white and getting two out of it makes sense. Yeah, I would play that in Soul Mender first, easily. However, if you really need activated life gain in a white deck, maybe. But honestly, run Soul Mender first, run the Redeemer first. They're going to be a lot more useful to you. Tandem Tactics, 2 mana for a to give each of 2 target creatures +1/+2 till end of turn and gain 2 life. I'm pretty sure they wanted to give +2/+2. And they're like, not going to work. The math does approximately average out to giant growth split between 2 bodies and getting 2 life. In white, yeah, that feels probably about right. I think it might be slightly overcosted, but not by much. Also point out that neither of the bodies have to be yours. They can both belong to, like, again, as I mentioned, I want to say last week, you can have one, you can have player B attacking player D, and you go, oh, I can make sure more stuff dies. This one and this one each get +1/+2 till end of turn. Now all 4 creatures die, and I'll gain 2 life in the process. And your opponent's going to be like, I don't know how to feel about that. Well, I did say I'd help you. You killed another creature. You also killed another creature. See, I did you a favor. Don't forget that. Yeah. So, Tandem Tactics, again, very easily the sort of cards you can find yourself using politically. Once it says you can affect a creature that's not yours, the options open up. Cliffside Lookout. Was a potential add to my mono white commons deck. Very much a potential add, because what it did was it pumps the entire team by +1/+1. This is one of those cards that could have fallen into this slot here. And what I did eventually go with instead was Charismatic Vanguard for that slot. Activation is still the same, still the same cost, but it's a 3 mana 3/2 rather than a 1 mana 1/1. If you want more of this kind of effect, Cliffside Lookout is perfectly cromulent. I was happier with a 3 mana 3/2 because that will do more. It will, it's going to be more relevant in combat. It'll survive things easier, etc., etc. But there's nothing wrong with going with a 1 mana version of that effect. Because you can also look at it from the other perspective, and plus the difference between going from 3 mana to 5 mana to be able to start doing the thing. It's not as bad as going from 1 mana to 5. That being said, there's also the not unreasonable perspective of, if I have to do this all in a single turn, how much mana do I need to spend? Colorless side, 1 to cast, 5 to activate is 6 mana. The Vanguard, 3 to cast and 5 to activate, which is 8 mana. My assumption is you're doing them on separate turns. I would rather have a 3/2 body that costs me 3 rather than a 1 mana body, a 1 mana 1/1. But if you're doing it all in the same turn, which is not an unreasonable assumption, that may occasionally happen, then you want the lookout instead. I don't think there's a wrong answer with how to think about it. I think that largely depends on how you see the game playing out. And I don't think there's a wrong answer for it. And something like that can get you that. It's never a bad idea to have, like, there's certain things in your deck that it's never a bad idea to have in your deck. Do you need them or not need them? That's up to you. One of them is something that, you know, a oops, I win the game card. If you're playing elves, for example, it's never bad to have something along the idea of Craterhoof Behemoth or whatchamacallit, Triumph of the Hordes or something of that nature that can just completely go, oh, I guess I win now. No. How about no? In white, I tend to put cards along the lines of True Conviction in the slot, which, you know, it's 6 mana, but it's an enchantment, and all your creatures have, like, double strike and lifelink, which is a huge, huge swing. You know, just anything that can suddenly turn the game around. Black, not unreasonably, Grey Merchant of Asphodel can fall into that slot. Because you're in black, if you're in mono black, for example, you probably have a few things in play by the time you play it that have got multiple black pips on it. And so it's not unreasonable. You know, maybe it's like turn 8 or 10, and you go, oh, 1, 2, 3, 5. I've got like 8 black pips. Grey Merchant. I'm going to drain you guys for 8 each, and I'm going to gain 24 life. And especially if you've got any sort of reanimation shenanigans going on. If it dies, you just reanimate it and do it again. And I've probably gained, instead of gaining 8 life this turn, you know, instead of getting 8 per player this time, maybe next one is like 12. You know, doing it twice, suddenly you're at, you know, you've stolen 20 life per person and gained, what, 60? That's not an unreasonable thing. And if people have been knocking each other around, that could end the game right there. you know, I I don't know what I would say for red, but oh yeah, anything that like untaps your creatures and gives you an extra combat is aggravated assault. Probably the best spot for that because hey, cool, I've got extra mana. Especially if you have enough creatures that can tap for mana, something along the lines of Sisters of the Flame. Um, yeah, you can just end up going, hey, by the way, extra combat, extra combat, extra combat, extra combat. And if all your guys, let's say, have got first strike, that's often enough to say, hey, by the way, I win. You know, you've also got like in color. Um, Another option could be whatchamacallit, Decimator Web. Throw Decimator Web and in your main deck and Karn's Bastion in your mana base and just proliferate people out. So yeah, and if you're playing with just commons, effects like Cliffside Lookout, or you're playing on a budget, effects like Cliffside Lookout are just really really good for stuff like that. Sheer Drop. This is our first card with Awaken. Awaken is like one of the early versions of Earthbending. If you are familiar with Badger Mole Cub and other cards that have got Earthbend, an effect like Sheer Drop, you're going to look at it and go, that's quite similar. The difference with Earthbend is that if the land is exiled or destroyed, it comes back into play. Awaken doesn't do that. If it dies as a creature, well, it dies. But that's the sacrifice you're willing to make. For 3 mana over, like, 3 mana sorcery, destroy target tapped creature. And I think that should normally be 2 mana if memory serves me correct. But it's not a bad cost. Like, it's a cost I think I'm willing to pay in general for destroy target cap creature. For an extra 3 mana, by the way, this land now gets 3+1 counters on it. And is now a creature in of itself. We'll point out, if you turn around and put it on, if you put it on Treetop Village, then you have a 3/3 creature that if you pay the 2 cost, the 2 mana to, to use its own ability, it is suddenly going to be a 3 mana. It's going to be a 3 mana green creature with 3+1 counters on it, and so suddenly it's going to be a 6/6. Oh, by the way, it also has trample because Treetop Village specifically says it gains trample if you pay that cost. So suddenly, sheer drop on a Treetop Village is kind of silly. But yes, an effect like this, if you are looking at stuff like Earthbending, if you're already considering effects like Earthbending and you care less about the fact that your land can come back, although for some decks that's actually a big deal, but if you care less about that, then look into effects that have got Awaken, and Sheer Drop gives you a removal spell and a potential beat stick at the same time. So consider it. Speaking of Awaken, 2 mana. Whenever a creature attacks this turn as a sorcery, it gains lifelink till end of turn. That seems kind of meh. And basically, creatures you control have lifelink till end of turn. Except, it's worded slightly differently because it also has Awaken. As part of the spell's resolution, you also, if you awakened it for an extra 3 mana, put 4+1 counters on a land, on one of your lands. And now, because the way the ability is written, it is also going to have lifelink till end of turn. This, in terms of cost for the body, is a much better rate. You're paying 2 mana for the ability, meh, but you're only paying 3 mana and getting 3+1 counters on, 4+1 counters on land, compared to the 3 that you're getting from sheer drop. 3 for 3+1 counters, 3 for 4+1 counters. Also, consider any effect that you might have that would increase the number of +1 counters. Black can do this, green can do this. I don't remember how good white is. I think white has got some ability to do effects like hardened scales. I think white gets some of that. Yeah. So if you're looking at Awaken, like here, you're looking at 5 mana getting you a 4/4 creature. Basically, 5 mana is getting you a 4/4 with haste. Because if the land just entered this turn, you can go, hey, by the way, thunk. It's reasonable. Kitesail Scout. The reason to play this is either because it's a core or a scout. If you're playing it because it's a 1 mana flyer, find other 1 mana flyers. You can do so much better than this for 1 mana. Battlefield Raptor, for example, in Kaldheim, gave you, for the same 1 mana, a 2nd point of toughness, and first strike. There's a reason this is a 3-cent card, and this is a 24-cent card. Also, Bird Tribal, much more popular than Core or Scout. So, you're thinking about it. You can do better than 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer. If you are looking at this card specifically, then you're looking at the fact that it has, it's got a relevant creature type. And that's really about it. Let's go blue cards. Royal Mage's Trick. 4 mana for an instant. Converge. Converge is a ability on some spells that give you a enhanced effect the more colors that you spend on casting it. So, Royal Mage's Trick, if you just spent 4 blue to cast it, you tap 4 islands and you go, I'm casting this. You're giving your opponent's creatures -1/-0 till end of turn, but drawing a card, which in and of itself is not bad. It's not great. And that also affects all your opponents, not just target opponent or creatures, attacking creatures or anything like that. It's all the creatures. If you spend 2 mana on this, you get -2, -0 till end of turn, which is, I think, about where we should assume it's playable. You know, 2 colors, let's say red and blue, -2, -0 till end of turn, and I draw a card. Okay. If you can swing a third color, let's say red, blue, and black, and one other, maybe 2 blue, 1 red, 1 black, then they're getting -3, -0. That's where it starts becoming interesting. Here's the thing. An effect like this that is sufficiently high, I see being comparable to fog. The number one reason you generally want an effect like this, most of the time, is to prevent combat damage. So you want as a fog. So what happens? There's going to be the occasional other corner case, effects like fight and whatnot. But most of the time that you want something like this, it's fog. If you go to 4 colors, one of the 4 colors has to either be white or green. In which case, if you're using it essentially for the most part as fog, and you're in white or green, why are you playing this? Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be. Depends on how you build your deck. If, as you've probably seen me point out, you're the kind of person who likes to cast, I like building decks that do something different than what than what people expect from that color, and you see this blue card as a fog. People are not expecting fog effects out of blue. So I can accept that. And if you are building, let's say, something vaguely turbo fog-ish, and let's say you're using white for the card draw because you've got cards like, let's say, pardon me, you've got cards like Skycrier, which make you and target player draw cards. If you have enough effects of that kind of nature to compensate for not having dictate of, what was her name? Wow, I can see her. Was it Dictate of Thassa? Dictate of Thassa. I don't know if that's right. No. Dictate of... Oh, no. Dictate of... Crewfix. Why am I... Crewfix is blue-green. Erebos is black. Heliod is white. Crewfix is blue-green. Karametra is green-white. And the twin gods are Eros and Mogus. Mogus was black-red, and Eros was white-red. Huh. Also, TIL, all 5 of them have flash. Anywho, so yeah, if you are building based on, like, you're building let's say you're building a Turbo Fog deck, and you're building it with quote unquote the wrong colors, i.e., using white for the card draw with uh, Secret Rendezvous and the like, and you're using blue to, to feign your fog effects with effects like Real Mage's Trick and the like, then that, because if you go 4 colors, actually you could cheat and go 3 colors fairly easily using cards like Birds of Paradise to generate your, let's say, red mana, being being a 4th color, and then suddenly you're like, hey, by the way, I can converge this for 4. Now all your creatures get -4 power till end of turn. So everything but that, and that are dealing no damage to me. That's going to deal 1, that's going to deal 2, that's going to deal 2. I'll take 5. Oh, by the way, now draw a card. Then yeah, that's the sort of thing I can see. But Roll Mage's Trick, its biggest issue is to get the greatest effect out of it. You're going to need to generate either white or green mana, and as I said before, if you're considering it as something along the lines of a fog effect, then you're already in white or green. You should just play fog. However, if you're willing to stop at 3, 4 mana, your opponent's creatures get -3 power till end of turn, draw a card, I think it's still decent enough. And, and draw a card for it is kind of nice. And it helps a lot when your opponents are trying to do things like, like fight your stuff, and you're like, cool. How about no? Well, you can try, but now your 5/4 creature, now your 5/5 creature is a 2/5 creature, and I've got a 3/3 flyer, so I think it lives. So I think the trick has got more legs than it first appears. And it's just a simple matter of figuring out how you want to, how do you conceive my opponent's creatures get -X, -0 till end of turn. Cloud Manta. The only reason to play this is it is a flying fish. If you're looking at it for any other reason, pass. If you're looking, maybe because it's based on the artist or something of that nature, but realistically, if you're looking at it mechanically, anything having to do with the mechanics of the card, pass. It's a flying fish, might be the reason to do it. Dampening Pulse. Remember what I was saying just a moment ago for a few minutes about the Real Mage's Trick? If you're playing that kind of deck, you also want Dampening Pulse and similar effects in there. It is amazing, how many of these kind of effects you can stack up, and suddenly your opponent's, 5/5 dragons are now at best 1 power. Brilliant Spectrum. 4 mana sorcery. Draw, again, with Converge. Draw X, where X is number of colors spent to cast. Then discard 2. If you're only doing this with 2 colors, then you are looking at, you're spending 4 mana for careful study. That's a bad call. 3 mana, or sorry, 3 colors, you are looking at a 4 mana thirst for knowledge, thirst for meaning, compulsive research, etc., etc. Any of which can have the discard to bypassed if you discard a card of a certain type. Plus, most of them are instants. So, Brilliant Spectrum, to be able to make it most useful, you should be drawing 4 cards. Here's the thing. For 4 mana, and you're also spending 4 different colors for that. For 4 mana, you get cards like Concentrate, which is just simply pay 4 mana, draw 3 cards. And at 3 mana, you can occasionally also get draw 3 cards with effects like Secrets of the Golden City. 2 blue plus 1 sorcery, draw 2. But if you've got the City's Blessing, you draw 3 instead. No discard attached to it. The real way to make this worth playing, in my opinion, is you have to have an effect like Thalia, I think it's Thalia Guardian of Thraben, the 2 mana one, or Lodestone Golem, or something else that will make spells cost 1 more. Then you pay 5 mana, 1 of each of 5 different colors, and then you draw 5 cards and discard 2 for 4 mana. And at that point, I think it's worth it. Maybe you've got an effect like Chromatic Lantern in play, or something to make all your lands tap for any color, or something of that nature. And then I think it's worth it. But realistically, you need to be paying, you need to draw at least 4 cards with this. And then you're pitching 2 to make this worthwhile. Now, are there ways to make this useful? Yes, there are. Again, there's ways to make any kind of there's ways to make most cards useful. This, if you really want to use this card, you're maybe in Sultai and you're looking at Dredge. Draw 3 cards or dredge 3 times and discard 2 cards is not a terrible ask. I would prefer, was it Bazaar Trade Mage or whatever it's called? Or Magus of the Bazaar, or something of that nature instead. But it's not it's not a terrible card for a deck like that. I think there's, again, personally, I think there's better options. But in a deck of that nature where you want to be discarding cards, I think it's more reasonable. But honestly, at this point, I'm much more interested in the Royal Mage's Trick and the Dampening Pulse. Exert Influence. Again, the sort of thing where where you really want the more colors it has, um, the better it's going to be. The problem is this does top out. 5 mana sorcery with Converge. Again, we've said enough times what Converge does already. Gain control of target creature if its power is less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast the spell. Will point out that with effects like dampening pulse and roll mage's trick, you can bring it down enough to the point where you can steal a creature whose native power, the base power that you see in the bottom left hand corner or bottom right hand corner, that could be like an 8, but you could have reduced enough to the point where, well, now it's a 4 to it's a 4 to land a turn. Exert influence, yoink, and now you end up with an 8 power creature because it's not a creature your opponents control. So, just like how the effects like this, whatchamacallit, pump spells can counteract them. Power reducers like dampening pulse and roll mage's trick can enable them a lot easier. So, a thing to consider. If you are looking for effects along the lines of I want a size reducer for a single target, which which I don't generally recommend. But if you are looking for something like that, Tightening Coils is pretty good because it's 2 mana, reduces a creature's power by 6. It also makes the creature lose flying. So you could have an 8/8 flying trample. Suddenly, for 2 mana, you're now a 2/8 flying trample. A 2/8 trample. Which is nowhere near as impressive. My problem with a card like Tightening Coils is the fact that for 2 or 3 mana, you can polymorph the creature into a 4/4, or a 1/1 flyer, or imprison it in the moon and turn it into a land, or some other effect that basically stops it from being a threat or as big a threat as it first appeared. So, as a general rule, I would not recommend Tightening Coils. Wavewing Elemental. 6 mana for a 3/4 flyer. Landfall +2/+2 to land a turn. Again, this is in my mono blue ramp deck because of what it does. You're paying basically an extra 2 mana. Well, actually, probably an extra 1.5 mana. Well, no. At this point, because if we just scroll up a moment to this guy, the Cloud Manta, for 4 mana you got a 3/2 flyer. So for 4 mana, this costs 6. So 2 more mana, you're getting, instead of a 3/2, you're getting a 3/4. So 2 more points of toughness. So let's say one mana is getting you the extra 2 toughness, and then the other mana is getting you a landfall of +2/+2, which is, it's, and one land enters, and you get, now you've got a 5/6, which is, 5/6 flyer, not unreasonable. But again, if you do something along the lines of Harrow, or in the case of my mono blue deck, we're looking at, whatchamacallit, Dreamscape Artist, then, you're dealing with a 7/8 on a consistent basis. No big deal. Or, you drop a fetch into play and then you crack it and now it's a 7/8, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, Wavewing Elemental, for the kind of deck that I built, is actually a reasonable creature. A 3/4 flying base on, yes, I'm paying 6 mana for it. A 3/4 flyer, I'm kind of not thrilled with. 6 mana, a 4/4 flyer, I'm a lot happier with. Or maybe a 3/5. But, I mean, this is one of those, beggars can't be choosers. What are the best options I have for Landfall to make it feel like something green might have access to? So yeah, Wavering Elemental, yeah, I have it in that deck, and if you're playing it because you have some kind of way to use Landfall. You're probably doing it more Simic based. Yeah. What do we got here? Windrider Patrol. 5 mana for a 4/3 flyer, so almost air elemental size. When it deals combat damage to a player's scry 2. So it's making up the 4th point of toughness from air elemental by giving you scry 2. And scry 2 has historically been said to be equivalent to draw a card, because the amount of manipulation you get out of it is worth about the same as drawing a card. Yeah. I know one person that has an interest in this card, and I don't know if he's got it in there. But, yeah, I have a friend who's throwing together Scry and Fly. And is it Elogeth that does what I'm looking for? Yeah, Elogeth. Here's the general, which is less than $1. 6 mana, 5/6 flyer with partner. Who cares about the partner? This is good enough. If you would scry number of cards, draw that many cards instead. Windrider Patrol. Hit somebody for 4, and you draw 2 cards. If you combine it with Elogeth. Which again, 5 mana for 5/6 flyer. That turns scrying into drawing. A friend of mine has been known to say something to the effect of, I feel to see how this is a bad thing. So yeah, Windrider Patrol, you put in a deck like that. If you need any sort of library manipulation, it is a 4 power flyer. Yes, it's only got 3 toughness, but honestly, the number of you throw it in a merfolk deck, it's going to make a difference. Especially because merfolk having flying is not a normal thing. So people are going to see this and it's like, yeah, it's in my merfolk deck. And you're like, wait, why are you attacking me with a flyer? And because you're playing merfolk, it gets all the merfolk buffs. Which means it's not unreasonable that you're going to be swinging with, I don't know, a 7/6 instead. 7/6, 6/7. It's all the same. Yeah, this has got a few places that can actually go. And, somebody's attacking me with a flyer in a merfolk deck, I'm going to be. My first reaction is going to be WTF, especially if they do not have something along the lines of a Chroma's Memorial out to give all their stuff flying. Coral Helm Guide. 2 mana for a 2/1. Pay 5. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. She knows every step above this coastline, both above and below the surface, and she has hideouts all along the way. She will get you there. Jorian, Expedition Leader. AKA, Jory's basically saying, if I say you can trust her to get you there, you can trust her to get you there. uh, I I'm not sure how I feel about this. It's a reasonable creature. I think in allies it would be worth playing. Um, Merfolk probably if you've got something that's got some kind of combat damage trigger, like the Windrider Patrol. Although the Windrider Patrol I would be less concerned about because it does have flying, but flying is not unblockable. So you may still want an effect like that. I think it's just good enough to get slotted into some decks. You really want it to be combined with um, attack triggers or combat damage triggers or something of that nature. I would say combat damage, but here's the thing. You're paying 5 mana to make target creature unblockable. You can already do that for 5 colorless mana, essentially, at a Rogue's Passage. 4 plus tap the passage means you're tapping a 5th land. There's also, I think it's called Escape Tunnel, which lets you do it for 3 if the creature is on the smaller side. Also, if you want this kind of effect, rather than having it as an activated ability, you could have it as an aura. Not sure if you can do it as an equipment, but you can at least do it as an aura. So, don't know. I'm kind of of 2 minds about this. I will point out the fact that it is an activated ability, means you can do it to more than one thing if you've got the mana. And the fact that it's an activated ability means the cost can be reduced. So you could have it go down to, say, 3 mana, for example, and then you can pay 6 mana and have 2 creatures unblockable. So, potentially it's worth it. It would depend on the individual build. But if you're trying to make stuff unblockable, I think it's doable. You just have to figure out how you want to how do you want to do this. Rush of Ice. This is kind of like the blue analog. Oh. I have to see what there is with Awaken. No. Maybe. No. No. Okay. Yeah, Rush of Ice. Okay. Sorry. My brain just clicked awaken. Wait a sec, that's a way to put something into my deck that's animating a land, which is a green style effect. But this is a blue card that's doing it. Yeah, my brain's going there because I like doing weird stuff. But yeah, one blue sorcery, tap target creature. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. You can pay 4 more mana and put 3+1 counters on one of your lands and turn it into a creature. Awaken the land. Here you go. Which sounds a bit expensive, and it is, but you're looking at an effect that Blue was not known for getting. Blue was not known for waking up their lands and saying, hey, by the way, get up and attack. Green can do that. White and black, red, more likely to just fling them at people. Usually from hand. But yeah, Rush of Ice, more than likely. I should do the thing before I forget about. Where are you? Okay, good enough. Yeah, Rush of Ice, probably the closest I can find to this is what blue is likely to get. Or sorry, this is the closest to what green would get. I might be able to see my way to Coastal Discovery, which is the next card, which is 4 mana, draw 2 cards. Remember what I said a moment ago about Brilliant Spectrum? How much you actually have to go through to make it worthwhile. You need 4 colors to be equivalent to the unawakened version of Coastal Discovery, because you are draw 4 then discard 2 versus draw 2. You are 2 cards deeper. The hell was that I just saw? You're 2 cards deeper, but give me a moment. What the heck is going on here? Weird. Sorry. I just saw my other screen flicker and I'm trying to figure out what the heck happened. Anyway. Yeah. You're 2 cards further down, but you've got those 2 extra cards further down are now in your graveyard. So, I would rather play the Coastal Discovery in most decks. I think I can see my brain around saying that this can conceivably be a green card. And the scary thing is, you're only paying an extra 2 mana to get 4+1 counters on your creature. So I think based on that premise, Battle for Zendikar. What do you call it? Mono blue ramp. I think based on that premise, I am okay calling this equivalent to a green card because yes, I'm paying 2 mana in blue to draw 2 cards, but then I am turning one of my lands into a 4/4 body, which is pretty nasty to deal with. I think I'm okay with that. Clutch of Currents, if any second color was going to get a bounce ability, it would be red or it would be white. It would not be black because black likes putting things on the graveyard and sending them back from the graveyard, and it would not be green because green just the best green gets is returning stuff from your graveyard back to hand. White will return stuff back to hand, usually most commonly your own stuff. Red will occasionally get something of this nature, bouncing an opponent's thing back to hand. Black and green do not get this ability. That being said, again, this is another card that's going to fit. Is this basically the same cost? Yeah, this is same cost, same speed, same awaken. So, Rush of Ice taps down a creature. If we take this line of text, and this is the only thing that we swap, okay? Rush of Ice, this line is replaced with tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Clutch of Currents is return target creature to its owner's hand. It is the exact same card otherwise. It's the same mana cost. They're both 1 blue. They both sorceries. They both have Awaken. Awaken 3 for blue +4. They're both identical. I think they're both even commons. So both of them are going to go into similar decks. If you are looking for dealing with a creature in one way or another in blue and getting a body out of it in the process, Rush of Ice and Clutch of Currents are going to go into similar decks. If you were looking for varieties of unsummon specifically as opposed to Boomerang, because this is not Boomerang, this is unsummon, and you're willing to go to sorcery, Clutch of Currents is going to be better than a lot of 1 mana sorcery variants. And it might be worth playing over some of the 2 mana instant variants. So, if you're looking to make, basically if you're looking for blue cards to make bodies that are worth playing, it's a consideration. Black cards. Hacker Sharpshooter, 3 mana for 2/2. Pay 5 mana to give target creature -1/-1 till end of turn. It's very hard to find their weak points, but I very much enjoy the discovery process. So, again, this is one of those cards where I really want the activation cost reduced. I want this to be, if you can bring this down to 3 mana, then you have a reasonable ability to activate it, 2 or 3 times a turn. If you can bring it down to 4 instead of 5, then it's not unreasonable at some point to consistently activate it twice a turn. Now, when I will point out when I say activate it 2, 3 times a turn. First of all, we're talking commander. We're talking about a turn cycle. We're not just talking on your turn or on one particular. We're talking a turn cycle, so that can make a difference. We're also talking based on the assumption that you're not casting anything else. But if you can bring it back down to 3, you can not unreasonably cast 1 or 2 things and still have mana left over to activate it. So, that being said, you're in black. If you're in mono black and you have the ability and you're comfortable with but not having to worry about budgetary constraints and so forth. Black has got many, many, many ways of generating silly amounts of mana. You've got the methods that everyone else has access to, like 3 Tree City and Nexus Shrine of Nyx, rather. You have the what do you call it? You've got Cabal Coffers combined with Cabal Stronghold, or sorry, let's try this again. You've got Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth or Blanket of Night combined with Magus of the Coffers, Cabal Coffers, and Cabal Stronghold. You then have other options available to you if you want to go down this deep. You can go to, was it Crypt of Agadim, I think it's called, or something like that? Crypt of Agadim. Are you the one I'm thinking of? Are you the land? Yes. Taps for black. Pay 2, tap, add a black for each black creature card in your graveyard, which, if you're in mono black, that's most of them. You might have a couple that aren't, like, whatchamacallit, Solemn Simulacrum and similar cards. But most of your creatures are going to be black. And there's other similar effects as well. So, if you're in mono black, it is pretty easy to get a healthy amount of black mana. Plus, you've also got fun things like Priest of Yawgmoth and similar effects. Let's see if I can pull you up. Priest of Yawgmoth. Yeah, 2 mana for 1/2. Tap it and second artifact. Add an amount of black mana equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value. There's another card that does something similar. I cannot remember what you're called. So Deviadnate. That's the one I'm thinking of. Same size, same ability, except tap a black creature or an artifact creature. Whereas the Priest of Yawgmoth was just sack an artifact. So, Theadnate, you have to sack a creature, but it can be a black creature or an artifact creature. And you get its mana value in mana. So, you can combine that with things like, what do you call it? Gurmag Angler, which is like a 5, 6, 7. It's a 7 mana 5/5, with no abilities other than Delve. Get it out for 1 mana by exiling 6 cards out of your graveyard. Then sacrifice it to the Adnate, and because the Angler actually costs 7, you spent 1 mana, sacked it, and got 7 back, 7 mana. So you netted yourself 6 black mana out of that. So there are plenty of ways to generate a lot of mana in black if that's what you want to do. Suddenly, the activation cost of 5 mana, in a black deck does not seem that bad. And at this point, you can, depending on what your current, i.e., in the game state, mana situation looks like, might not be that difficult. What I wonder, though, is whether you are further off doing that or a reanimation loop with cards that say, oh no. If you've got an effect like Grave Pact in play, Grave Pact, Dictate of Erebos, etc., that says whenever one of your creatures hit the bucket, everyone else has to sack a creature. And you've got, say, Reassembling Skeletons in play. You sack it to, let's say, Viscera Seer, could be Astronaut's Altar, whatever, to some effect. Your skeleton dies. Everyone else has to sack a creature. You then pay 2 mana to bring the skeleton back into play. And do it again. And do it again. And do it again. And do it again. And if you are sacrificing it to, let's say, Astronaut's Altar, then the only thing you have to worry about is generating enough black mana. Because you're going to keep gaining colorless mana. You just need to convert it over into black mana. If you can find a way to 1-to-1 your mana into black, Mardu Devotee or something like that. Some effect of that nature. And just go, wee. Yeah, I'm playing a mono black deck, but I'm using Lush as my commander just because I technically need access to the other 2 colors. Because I've got a couple of cards that I only care about doing in mono black, but yeah, okay, fine, whatever. It's pretty much a strictly mono black deck. It just has, okay, fine, whatever. And actually, to be fair, when I mentioned heroism earlier, you can throw that into a mono white deck and just have a white-red general and go from there. And your opponent's going to go, WTF? Anyway, Haggard Sharpshooter, you might end up actually being further ahead with like some kind of sack strategy that lets you get extra bodies out. That lets you force your opponents to sack creatures every turn. You don't have to do it that way. It's an option, depends on what you want to do. Mars Malice, 1 more than Mind Rot, and then here's the problem. It's 1 more mana than Mind Rot. That's its first problem. But then, if you compare based on what it actually says, for an extra 2 mana, you get 3 counters on 1 of your lands. I would say that black is either second or third for getting its lands actually back from the graveyard. Black does have some ways of getting lands back. It doesn't have a lot, but it's got some. I think white is probably number two because it's got cards like Sun Titan, which have an ETB or attack trigger of bring back any permanent that it costs, I think, three or less, back into play, which includes lands. And black has got a handful of cards that can actually bring lands back. Green obviously is number one. You know, most of your Crucible of Worlds effects end up being green. Red really doesn't get it. I would say blue is number four through its various Time Twister style effects. That's how blue gets its lands back, by shuffling its graveyard back into its. And black, red is number five because it just. Red's best option isn't getting lands back, it's just finding more lands via your Wheel of Fortune effect. Black has got some way of getting its lands back. Oh, it does have one other option. And it's because if you do Awaken, it's not, it's a land while it's in play that's also a creature if you awakened it. And as a creature, black also gets access to the various quote unquote scam effects, i.e., when this creature dies, bring it back into play. It's commonly referred to as scam because there's a deck that was in Modern. I think it was originally Rakdos Scam. And what it did was it made use of the elemental thingies that were in, I want to say, MH3. The evoke elementals that let you pitch a card to cast them of the appropriate color. Grief, the big one, was the black one. You pitch a black card to evoke it. You get its ETB, and then it hits the graveyard. But because that costs you 0 to cast in terms of actual mana, you play a land first, and then with its evoke trigger on the stack, you play one of the various 1 mana cards that say, when this thing dies, bring it back into play. A simple example. Nope, not persist. Well, I'm going to go with persist. It's not the same card, but it's close enough to what's going through my head. The creature's in your graveyard, and it comes back into play. And in this case, the effect that you're using is a 1 mana instant that does it right away rather than having to wait till next turn. But persist also saw playing the same decks. Mana value equal 1 type instant. What do you mean no? Graveyard to return to the battlefield. There we go. Not dead after all. Until end of turn, target creature gets, when this creature dies, return to the battlefield on its owner's control. then create a liquid roll. You don't care about coming back tapped. You care about it coming back. Undying Malice will do the same thing. Supernatural, same thing. These all do essentially the same thing. Bringing the creature back as an instant from your graveyard back into play for a single mana. And I think it was MH2. Yeah. And you had Grief to deal with, which was the number one card for this. When it enters, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an online card from it. Basically, Duress. On a 3/2 menace that would cost 4, but you evoke it by pitching a black card from hand. So come into play, and then its ability, it'll get 2 triggered abilities. It's ETB and the evoke, which basically has when this enters, sacrifice it. So you stack them so the actually I don't think it matters which way you stack them in this case. And then in response to the sack trigger, you get an effect like Feign Death or Not Dead After All or whatever. Have it come back into play. You don't care it enters tapped. You care about the fact that it comes into play, does its thing, and then comes back and you get 2 instances of the same ability. You basically get, it costs you 1 black, 1 spell cast, 1 card exile, and you end up with a 3/2 menace that will, maybe it's got if it's Feign Death or Not Dead After All or Undying Malice. In all 3 cases, the creature returns with a +1/+1, with +1/+1 on it. In 2 of them, it's a +1 counter. And the third one, it's the Wicked Roll. It's all the same thing. You end up with a 4/3 menace that costs you 1 mana and 2 cards on turn 1. And then you've got Persist in there as a backup plan. So if they do turn around and say Lightning Bolt it, you go, oh, cool. I'll bring it back and I'll do it again. Sure. Now I've got only a 2/1, but it's a 2/1 with another Thoughtseize attached to me. By the way, Thoughtseize, that's not dealing damage to me. Anywho. I forget where I was going with this. But 4 mana to make somebody discard 2 cards, especially when it has to be an opponent, is kind of bad. But you're paying only additional 2 mana and getting 3/+1 counters on it. If I'm considering playing discard as a strategy in Commander, and flash, 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 warning about playing discard as a strategy in Commander. Then this is a card I would be considering. Again, largely on the back that it does more than just make somebody discard cards. I now have something to beat down with. But realistically, probably would not. I don't think I would generally recommend this in most decks. Even if I am going for that. Rising Miasma. 4 mana. Oh yeah, but if you are going 1v1, like you've designed a deck for multiplayer and you're only playing a 1v1 game, then sure. then Myers Malice makes a lot more sense. Rising Miasma, 4 mana. You're looking at Infest, and you spend an extra, good lord, that's 7 mana. So for an extra 3 mana, you get 3+1 counters on a creature. And that is after everything else gets -2/-2. So, all the other creatures get -2/-2 till end of turn. Then you put 3+1 counters on one of your creatures. And because it's not a creature, when the -2 effect part goes off, it doesn't get shrunk. Which explains why you're paying, why you're paying 3 mana instead of 2 like you did with the Myers Malice. Now you're attacking with a creature after your opponent's creatures have all been shrunken down. So consider that. I don't think -2/-2 is going to be enough for most decks. I think if I am looking for an effect like this, realistically, if I'm looking for an effect like this, I'm probably looking at -1/-1. -2/-2 though is just enough to make it be interesting, because you also get a bunch of soldiers, you get a bunch of knights and similar effects. -1, you get mostly tokens. You get squirrels, you get sapperlings, stuff of that nature. -2, you actually get, like, that's usually as big as tokens, like commonly played tokens get. Soldiers and knights and stuff of that nature. Most tokens people are actually playing with, zombies as well, are 1/1s. So, Rising Miasma, you are looking at something that's... This will sweep up most of the rest of this. And then whatever else comes along for the ride. I think anything more than this, you would start looking at Wrath of God, realistically. Or Damnation, should we say. If you are looking for it as a mass removal spell, honestly, just spend maybe an extra mana, and start looking at things like Damnation, Crux of Fate. If you really need to, there's you're in mono black, Mutilate is an option. If you're not in mono black, there's enough variants of the Crux of Fate style effect or the Damnation style effect. There's what's in standard right now? There's one out now that's also like a burn spell. I think it came in Spider-Man, where it's like you burn your opponent for the number of creatures they've got, and then you destroy all creatures or something like that. No. There we go. Villainous Wrath. Target opponent loses... Yeah, it was in Spider-Man. Target opponent loses life equal to the number of creatures they destroy, the number of creatures they control, then destroy all creatures. For 5 mana, you get to burn somebody's, cool, I got 12 creatures in play. Cool, take 12 damage. Sorry, lose 12 life. By the way, pop goes to the table. So yeah, I would not generally recommend this unless you care about sweeping up a bunch of tokens. That will mostly do it. Demon's Grasp, pass. We've mentioned this previously. There are 2 mana versions of this card. There are 2 and 3 mana versions of this card. Even at instant speed, there's Fell out of Bloomburrow. I can't remember if it's Bloomburrow or Bloomburrow Commander. That's just destroy target creature, etc. 5. It is not worth paying 5 mana to give a creature -5/-5. When you can do this for what, Dismember, I think was the same amount. Yeah, Dismember as an instant for 2 Phyrexian Black +1. There it is. For 2 Phyrexian Black +1. Instant. -5/-5. If you really need that much, that much removal, Sadistic Slash is 1 less mana and has Mayhem. Obnixilus's Cruelty is 3 mana instant. So knock 2 mana off and bring it to an instant. What's Siphon Fuel? Oh yeah. Same cost, -6 instead of -5. Instant and gain 2 life. Etc. There are enough versions of this effect that it is not worth running this specific. Again, unless you're going for flavor reasons. You're going for flavor reasons, I can accept that. But yeah, just don't. This entire top row I'm relatively uninterested in, with the possible exception of the sharpshooter. Class 3 Nightwatch. 5 mana for 4/5. Whenever you gain life, this gains flying till end of turn. If you can find a way, like Soulmender in a black deck, to gain life at instant speed, this thing becomes really good. 4 mana for 4/5 is not bad. Gaining life to give it flying till end of turn is pretty good. My problem becomes when I want to, if I want a flying creature, I'm going to be comparing it to 2 cards like Bloodthirsty Aerialist. 2 black +1 for a 2/3 flyer. Vampire Rogue. I will point out the art is upside down. You would have to turn it upside down to actually realize it. Whenever you gain life, you put a +1 counter on her. She is really, really good. You gain life twice, and she's a 4/5 flyer. You can cast this on turn 3. To get this to be a 4/5 flyer, you'd be casting this on turn 5, assuming, you hit your land drops every turn. And then it's only when you gain life, it gains flying. The Aerialist natively has flying. They're both vampires. Warrior, you are playing this probably more realistically because it's an ally. And if you're playing it in allies, you probably also are playing cards like you really want cards like, and Masquerade Nexus, more for the matter of, less for its static ability and more for the activate ability of pay mana tap, make a token that's got changeling, i.e. all types. Same with Birthing Bows, which has got a similarly costed ability. And then you compare those, you have those in turn, with things like some kind of Soul Sister effect. You know what? I want to look up. I gotta look up a thing real quick. Open in Scryfall Tagger. Uh, oh, oh, Death Greeter? No, not quite. So, alright, Soul Warden ability. No? Are you kidding me? Sort by cooler. Nope. You have to play. You have to play black or green. Or not black. White or green in combination to get it. Alright, fine. QQ. So, yeah. You need a second color to be able to do that. Or you have something along the lines of Campfire, I think, does it. One of your various colorless cards that say, hey, pay this cost, gain life. But I think if you're doing that, you still would rather have, the Bloodthirsty Air List. I don't think you've got a very good home. Geyserfield Stalker, 5 mana for 3/2 menace. Landfall +2/+2 till end of turn. We're seeing this ability a lot, I've noticed. Menace is kind of analogous to flying. It's an ability that gives, it's an evasive style ability. And so you are looking at you have an evasion going on. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Meow? Oh, interesting. You are looking at an evasive ability, something to make things harder to block. So this, I think, should be costed similarly to how flying in white or blue would be costed. And as we saw, 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer is about right in blue. So giving it menace is about right. So this is going to be costed very similarly to... It's going to be costed very similarly to the Wavewing Elemental, which is 6 mana for a 3/4 flyer, 5 mana for a 3/2. Again, you're paying an extra mana for +2 toughness. Menace instead of flying, again, costs about the same, with the same landfall ability. So yeah, this is about right. And you're going to be interpreting this similarly to the Wavewing Elemental. And again, I think most things that I've said with respect to the Wavewing are going to apply here, with the exception that you don't really have anything that gives you a bonus for having creatures with menace. That, like, flying does have a handful of things that give you bonuses for having flying. Stuff like favorable winds, for example. Menace doesn't really have the same kind of structure in place. But I think most things will, that I said about one will apply to the other. Voracious, no. 3 mana for 2/2 zombies, so basically you're looking at Scathed Zombies. Pay 2 and sack another creature, put 2/+1 counters on this as a sorcery. The as a sorcery ability kind of hurts because it means that you cannot do something about creatures that would die from combat or a wrath effect or something like that. You have to do it ahead of time. But, you know, it is counters going on to a thing as opposed to some of the other effects that you get from creatures that, I sacrifice a creature for this effect. What is this effect? And the fact that it's getting +1 counters, and it's getting 2 of them, I'll add, is, don't overlook that. If you have a card like the Ozolith that allows you to take those counters, and when the creature leaves the battlefield, well, guess what? You get those you get those plus, you get all those counters thrown onto the Ozolith. And then a creature enters, and then, hey, by the way, Ozolith has got counters on it. You want to take those counters and put onto the thing that put on one of your creatures? Sure. And then suddenly you go from like having a 2/2 creature up to having potentially an 8/8 just because, cool, Ozolith. Whoop. And maybe it's got a flying counter and a indestructible counter or something of that nature. So, Voracious, no. It's a zombie. It's going to get all the zombie synergies. +1/+1 counters is a thing. I think you can... I know for sure you can build +1 counters. Obviously, you can do that in Golgari. You might be able to actually pull it off somewhat reasonably in a mono black deck. I know there's 1 or 2 cards that are mono black that do something about +1 counters. Plus being able to take those counters and use them for other things. If you're in black blue, for example, one card I know that you've got access to is Soul Diviner. Tap, remove a counter from an artifact, creature, land, or planeswalker you control to draw a card. Hilariously, it says a counter. Doesn't say what kind of counter. So it could be a +1/+1 counter. It could also be a -1/-1 counter. Just putting it out there. There's a reason why Moonshadow is still, 12 plus on, 12 plus USD. Then turn around and it's good in so many different deck types. Sometimes simply due to its stats, sometimes the fact that it comes into play with a bunch of counters is right what you want. So, Voracious, no, has its uses. Narcana Assassin, 3 mana for 2/3. Whenever you gain life, this gains Death Touch till end of turn. This is going to be a much more useful reason to have life gain in your deck, in my opinion, than giving flying. Giving a creature that's got like a 1-power creature, a 1/1 with Death Touch. A 1/1 that gains Death Touch. It's nice. It's probably going to be a 1/2, let's be honest. It's probably a 1/2 that whenever you gain life gains Death Touch till end of turn. For 1 mana. Having a 2/3 with one fairly well supported creature type, vampire. one somewhat support creature type, ally, and then one largely flavor creature type, assassin. But whenever you gain life, this gains death. Like giving something like that, death touch till end of turn. And again, there's enough ways that you can just, hey, by the way, I'm going to gain life now. You know, is it campfire that I'm thinking of? Is it actually? Yeah, it is campfire that I'm thinking of. It's $1 common because it's so good. It's 11 tickets on Magic Online. Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. It's 11 tickets on Magic Online. That largely comes from the fact that it's so hard to pin down on Magic Online because it's just from Commander Masters. Or realistically, you have to get it from one of those treasure chest things, I think. Wait, what? How? Oh, if you've got them, give me the foil. Oh. I want the foil because they're like 1.15 tickets. I don't care. They're like an eighth of the price. Wow. But yeah, if you've got something like Campfire, one to cast, one tap, gain 2 life, and you're playing Commander, at some point you're gonna take you can use it to you can basically use it as a Felden's Cane. Getting all your commanders into your hand. Like from your graveyard or from the command zone. Leave the ones that are in play. But yeah, something like that. You really want this to have flying. Or sorry, you really want this to get death touch, I should say. So you are willing to spend a little more. But you're also playing vampires. Vampires, I believe, can get you life not unreasonably in their creature type. Goldraw's Overseer, 6 mana for a 3/4 flying vampire. Landfall. Land enters, your creatures get +1 power till end of turn. If it's a swamp, it's +2 instead. You really want to be using this with it. Like, if you're playing this, this is the sort of card where you want to play with as many fetch lands as you can. And you really want both Urborg and Blanket of Night in the deck as well. You know, you really want that that swamp synergy kicking in. Otherwise, like giving your team +1 power for land entering. I mean, this is a 4/4, and if you've got if you've got 4 creatures, you're going to get an extra 4 power across the board. Are your creatures going to be big enough where that +1 power is actually going to be useful enough? Have you got trample? Have you got flying? If you're playing vampires, you probably have flying. I don't know. I see this card specifically as very debatable. It's one of those cards I want it to be good, and I don't know if it actually is going to be good. And if you have If you have experience with this card, feel free to tell me, in the YouTube comments or whatever, how good this card actually ended up being for you. It doesn't feel to me like one of those cards that's really worth it, but I'm willing to be wrong. Ruinous Path. 3 mana sorcery, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Keep in mind that destroy target creature or planeswalker we had only recently seen as Hero's Downfall, which was the same cost but as an instant. We had not come across Fell yet. So slowing it down from instant as sorcery, I mean, it hurts a little bit, but the flexibility of being able to pay an additional 4 mana to awaken a land for, with 4 counters. Again, going back to what I said about the white version, sheer drop. You're paying 3 mana, destroy target, for a removal spell, or 6 to awaken 3. Now you're getting 3 mana for a very good removal spell that can hit any creature or planeswalker. It doesn't have to be tapped or anything. Slightly harder to cast. 1 white plus 2 versus 2 black plus 1. See extra colored mana there. But you're getting, for that extra 4 mana, you're getting 4 plus 1 counters versus for an extra 3 mana getting 3 plus 1 counters. So it works out to 6 versus 7. I would rather play the Ruinous Path than the Sheer Drop, but that also depends on the colors you're playing. If you're not playing black, then Necrotic Duality. Why do I think I have seen that name before? Because I have. Woo! Oh God. Have I been tapped for mana or for some other effect? How's it go? Porque no los dos? Or something like that? Maybe you're tapped for mana and some other effect. But yeah, Ruinous Path I think is Savala, yeah, or oh, what the heck is that? Or Pristine Talisman, tap for mana, gain a life. There's also that. Or I'm just at. Hey, I said like that. I didn't say you were that. I just said like that. There's a difference. Damn, Sean. I am not, however, going to ask if you're a talisman or a taliswoman. I'm not going to go there. Not going to do it. Nope. Not saying it. Not going to do that. But yeah, Ruinous Path. Uh-huh. I mean, I'm old enough. I'm 55. What do you expect? Apart from maybe the Spanish Inquisition. But yeah, Ruinous Path, if you're looking for Basically, if you're looking for removal that you can also use the same card to beat down with, it's perfectly fine. Having more than like having options on how to play a card is always nice. Oh, Class 3 Healer. It's a squire. When it or another ally you control enters, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. That's why the charms are so good. Oh yeah, flexibility is great. It's just great. It's great, laddie. So one of the reasons why I like cards like Aftershock so much for it's one of the reasons why I like cards like Aftershock so much for Commander is one, it's 4 mana, kill any creature outright, and B, it has the flexibility of hitting 3 different card categories. Sure, it deals 3 damage to you. I don't care. Chances are, whatever I'm blowing up is worth taking 3 damage for. If I'm blowing up somebody's, I don't know, Cabal Coffers, it's worth taking 3 damage for. You know, if I'm blowing up somebody's, you know, giant FU dragon, I don't know, like Ancient Copper Dragon or whatever, it's worth taking 3 damage for. Etc. But yeah, so caramel apple tea. I don't know if I've ever had caramel apple. I don't even remember if I've had caramel apples. That would be a long time ago if I have. Over 9,000 years ago, probably. But yeah, Class 3 Healer. Like, honestly, you combine this with. And I know we keep going back to Masquerade Nexus. It's, again, largely out of convenience. It does the thing that you want real simple, real easy. Um, but for effects like Class 3 Healer, you don't need Masquerade Nexus specifically. You can get away with Conspiracy just as easily. And your creature, Conspiracy enters and you name ally, and then every creature that you have enters as an ally. It doesn't enter and then become an ally, it enters as an ally. And so all your creatures enter, and then, hey, by the way, ally, 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 ally. Drain, 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 drain. Oh, yeah. I largely bring up Masquerade Nexus out of convenience, but there's a few cards like that will turn around and change everything to a given like most of them are name a creature type, your creatures are that type. Boop. Um there it is. Universal type change. Sort by cooler. Alright. Ocon creature. I don't know if things down a bit. Artifacts you control are clues in addition to. Oh, target creature can't be blocked. Um, Biotransference makes them into artifacts. Breach the Multiverse turns the stuff you reanimate into Phyrexians. Mephedros turns stuff into vampires. Creature cards and graveyards can attack and block us. Jeez. Over my dead bodies. Yeah, that one's just silly. Roshan turns stuff into assassins. So yeah, for the most part, the black ones turn stuff into a specific creature type. Xenograph, choose a creature type. Standardized turns everything into the single creature type till end of turn. Actually, becomes that type. Huh. Mistform Wakecaster turns everything you control into a single type till end of turn. Leylion's Transformation makes everything into one type. Arcane Adaptation turns everything one type. Sorry, in addition. Dismiss in a Dream makes all your stuff into illusions as well. Is there anything that's colorless that does it? I mean, yes, there is. There's Masquerade Nexus. Highstone turns all your stuff into slivers. Vehicle creatures. Masquerade Nexus gives everything changeling. Okay, so there's not a unreasonable amount of ways to do it in blue or black. Although black largely relies on turning stuff into a specific type. Conspiracy, I think, was the only one that lets you do a specific type in addition. Or actually, lets you name a specific type. There we go. Yada, yada, yada. Affected spells, cards, and creatures lose all their other creature types. That's what I thought. Okay. But yeah. So you can go Conspiracy and name Ally. Otherwise, if you're in mono black, you're probably having to go with Masquerade Nexus to do it. Or just, run enough allies. When this, yeah. Hilariously, the way it's worded, even if it is somehow not an ally, when it enters, you still get to drain everyone for one. Oh. There's at least one way I can think of to generate tokens as an instant. Bloodline Keeper can do it. Yeah. Bloodline Keeper. Tap, make a 2/2 vampire. Anyway. But yeah, if you're able to generate tokens at instant speed, this will let you gain life that way which will enable stuff like your Nirkana Assassin and Colostria Nightwatch and whatnot. Malakir Familiar. This feels like it's trying to be a, what is it? This feels like it's trying to be Vampire Nighthawk. I wish its stats were the other way around. I wish it was a 1/2 Flying Death Touch with that. Whenever you gain life, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Man, that on a creature with Death Touch, throw Nemesis Mask on it, and then just have ways to, like, I don't know, not clue tokens, food tokens or whatever, and sack them for life, and it'd be like, pop, 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 pop. Oh, look at all the life I just gained. Oh, look, you're now in 8, you're now in 8/7. Oh, look, 8 creatures blocked it. Dies, 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 dies. Yeah, I think Bat Tribal might be interested in it. I don't, uh, Bat Tribal may be a budget version of Keyword Soup. Um, I'm less thrilled with the life trigger there for it. A lot of these life trigger abilities, I'm just going, it's fine. Like the next one that shows up, which is, one more than what I would normally be doing, I'm a lot more interested in because it's, 4 mana 3/3, whoop-de-doo. Whenever you gain a life, you put a +1/+1 counter on her. Much more useful. Much more useful than something like Malakir Familiar or a lot of these other, whenever you gain life creatures that I'm seeing so far. To be fair, I am looking at the bottom end. But still, I go from, 12th least popular to 13th least popular. And there's like a huge difference between how I feel about them. You know what? I almost want to see if there's a way I can build mono black, not aristocrats, mono black soul sisters somehow. I want to see if there's a way I can pull that off. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk. Reckless Cohort. 2 mana for 2/2, attacks each combat of Fable unless you control another ally. Really simple, easy way to. All you have to do is have another card with the same type, or have an effect like, as we mentioned, Xenograph, Masquerade Nexus, etc., Conspiracy, whatever. Name ally, or also any of your changelings that you're playing. You can go turn 2 this, turn 3 Firebelly Changeling, let's say. Suddenly you've got another ally. He now doesn't have to attack, etc. So, now, that being said, recently, Red has got to the point where it can get grizzly bears. It can actually have grizzly bears, i.e., a 2 mana 2/2 creature at common with no drawback. This is a drawback, but a mitigatable one. I think in Allies, I'm willing to play this anyway, because if nothing else, it's a 2 mana 2/2 ally, which will have other stuff kick in. And again, you're playing allies, so you're going to have an ally, so he doesn't have to attack anymore. Shatterskull Recruit, Giant Warrior Ally. 4/4 with Menace for 5. For red plus 4, historically, you've generally been seeing a 4/4, sometimes still with a drawback attached to it. For half a mana more, turning one of the colorless mana into a red mana, you not only have removed any drawback, you've given this a bonus of menace. It's a giant warrior ally. And I think in any deck where you're playing any of the 3 creature types, it's worth playing. Safe from certain death by the core, he considers himself bound to them by an unbreakable blood oath. Basically, he's a giant that turned around and said, You saved me. My life is now yours. Yeah, Shatterskull Recruit. If you are not playing with flying for whatever reason, Menace is really close. And you have enough creatures with Menace, and your opponents are going to be like, what the hell do I block? I can only block half of them. Sure, I've got the same number of creatures they do. But every one of their creatures requires 2 to block, which means I have to let half of them through. You need to have twice as many creatures. Heaven forbid you end up giving your guys Death Touch somehow. Yeah. Decent card. Honestly, if I'm building on a budget or I'm building Giant Treble, I am taking a good look at this card and going, can I actually find a home for you somewhere? The fun thing about this particular set is a lot of these cards are like race, class, ally. So if you're looking at cards like Embiggen, for example, or what's that one that's in Avatar? Set TLA. Oh, each creature type. Every creature type? For each type? Alright, fine. Diligent Zookeeper. Each non-human creature you control gets +1/+1 for each of its creature types for a maximum of to a maximum of 10. I think that means it can be, yeah. This is not a human. It has 3 types. So this should be a 7/7, I believe. I mean, you build around the Diligent Zookeeper and suddenly you're like, wait, what? Yeah. Belligerent Whiptail. 4 mana for 4/2 Landfall. It gets first strike to land a turn. Oh yeah. The other thing to consider with Shatterskull Recruit and Belligerent Whiptail is what reminded me. They are 4-power creatures, and as I've mentioned before, certain effects want you to have a creature that's got like 3 power or more, 4 power or more, or 5 power or more. And so this is that second tier, which means it's going to easily clear the first, and it's going to meet the second. Plus, again, as we've mentioned before, anything that cares about ferocious or formidable. Ferocious, I think, was power 4 or greater. These are going to enable formidable. Either of these are already halfway there, but one of each you've got, suddenly you're already there. Whiptails can sense the traveler's footsteps from a great distance. Measuring that distance has been difficult. Challenge Alpha Sentry. Yeah. And again, this is the sort of thing where you play fetches and you hold them until you actually need to crack them. If you can do that, you can use this as fairly efficient creature removal, because a 4 power first strike creature is going to do a lot. If you're in I almost don't have to say if you're in Worm Tribal, you're probably running this, especially if you're in red. I think this is. I think it's. I. Here's the thing. From what I saw of the first 5 cards from black, I was like, dude, really? I see red, and the first 3 I'm already a lot more interested in. I am much more interested in these first 3 than I am the first 5 from black. McKindy Slide Runner. 2 mana for a 2/1 trample. Landfall +1/+1 to land a turn? Sure. This is a sort of card where, because it's got trample, you like to be able to try and combo kill somebody with that. You should be looking at, what were you called? You should be looking at like green-red. Try and stick with just green-red if you can. And you want to accelerate out and get yourself in this like escape shift. You might have to go teamer so you can tutor up your escape shift. Might. Or, if not that, you could go. You could go Jund. And just, hey, by the way, landfall, I get all my lands out. I sacrifice a bunch of them and thunk. Kill somebody. Kill one person with like regular combat damagey type stuff. Kill a second person from like escape shift combat. I'm hitting you for like 30 or whatever. And then, by the way, after combat, I fling it at you. Oh, I saw one game. Oh, it was Card Market was playing Commander a while ago. And I think Yaman had already been knocked. Was it Yaman had already been knocked? No. I think it was Torov, Yaman, Carl, and I think the other person was Fele. Don't quote me on that last one. But I think it was Fele. It could have been Fele. It could have been Andrea Mengucci. And it could have been it could have been Spice 8 Rack. And I'm second guessing myself, and I think it was Spice. Anyway, so first player got knocked out. Down to 3 people. Carl's turn. Carl plays a bunch of stuff, attacks Yaman for lethal. It's just down to him and uh Torov. And Torov is about to take his turn. And it's like, wait a sec, what do you want? Oh, why are you asking me that? And the one creature that he had that Carl had left, he had a fling effect in his hand. And he flung it at before he was like, okay, by the way, it's your turn. Oh. He's lethal on you too. I'm going to fling him at you and take you out while I'm at it. And McKindy's Slide Runner, if you play with fling effects, can allow you that same kind of oops, I win kind of thing. If you've got ways to get a bunch of lands into your deck. Or a bunch of lands into your into play at a time. And if you can duplicate landfall triggers somehow. Oh. You can run Panharmonicon if you have your land, the fact that your lands enter also count as creatures entering. I.e., if you've got an effect that says all your lands are also creatures, then you can also have Panharmonicon kick in and go, hey, by the way, all my lands are creatures entering, so they cause abilities to trigger, so this will double. And you do something like that, and you go, cool, I'm going to tap on my stuff for mana. I'm going to sacrifice them all to Scape Shift. Get out a bunch of lands. They all enter as land creatures. Panharmonicon triggers for each of them entering. So this goes double. I attack you for many lots. By the way, I then fling, because I've got, I then tap a couple of my mana rocks and then fling this at you for the win. Something like that is feasible. Reasonable? I don't know. Debatable. We'll get back to you on that one. Feasible? For sure. Akum Stonewaker. 2 mana for 2/1. Landfall. You can pay 3 mana to get basically a Spark Elemental token. And again, I will point out, I will take this line, I will paste it here. I'll do that. Control X. Whoops. And rewrite it that way. It's literally the exact same thing. Just the wording is, it says the exact same thing. I've just reorganized the text. And now it's more obvious this is a triggered ability. At the beginning of the next end step, exile that token. You could landfall, you could have, I don't know, let's say you've got, a way to make your lands enter untapped. And I'm drawing a blank on the card names right now. Spelunking, I think, is one of them. Let's say you've got a way to make your lands enter untapped. And then you have a, I don't know, Mana Vault, not Mana Vault, Mana Flare, and Heartbeat of Spring in play, which are basically the same thing. Whenever a player taps a land for mana, that land produces an additional mana. Cool. So, again, this is the sort of thing where it's like, I generate a bunch of lands. I then sack them all to, whatchamacallit, Scape Shift, fetch a bunch of lands out of my deck, thunk. Now I'll tap each of my lands for red mana, because this will trigger, let's say, 10 times. So now I make 10 Spark Elemental tokens. Attack with them. Triggered ability at the end of turn goes on a stack. I tap, because it's at the beginning of the next end step, I tap Sundial of the Infinite, end the turn. First thing it does, anything that's on the stack goes away. You skip right to the cleanup. You get to keep your tokens. Is that a big deal? Probably not. But it is a way you can use it. And I would probably more likely end up using this just regularly. You know, every turn make a token or two. And ability goes on a stack and I go, oh, by the way, yoink. Probably a more likely way to actually play that instead. I think the McKinley Slide Runner, you have a way to like combo kill 2 people. The Stone Waker, I don't. You could do the same kind of landfall shenanigans. Copy effect. No, you'd end up having to do like doubling season instead. Whenever you make a token, you make twice that many instead. Have a couple of effects of that nature that say if you would make a token, you get twice as many instead. Or you get an extra. And a Tombstone Waker, you can have, you know, every token that, you know, every 3 mana, you could end up making like 3 tokens or so. I'm actually more interested in the Slide Runner for playability. Velcut Predator, 3 mana, 2/2, Landfall, +2/+2. You're playing elementals, you're probably going to be playing it. Whatever volcanoes dream of, it seems like they always wake up grumpy. That's hilarious. I don't see any reason to play it, and I don't see any reason to not play it. It's one of those. It's perfectly fine. It's nothing special. It's just fine. I don't see anything that leans me one way or another. Volcanic Upheaval. This costs 1 more than Stone Rain. This does what Stone Rain does. Except this is an instant. Which means you can do this on other people's turns. You can do it during combat, etc., etc. I think the only other instant land destruction card I can think of in red, and I'm not saying there's not more, I'm just saying the only one I can think of. Nope, there's another one. There's the It's a Geomancer's Gambit, which is like the instant Ghost Quarter for 3 mana. And there is Fissure at 5, which can destroy without allowing regeneration a land or creature. I usually use that as creature removal because 5 mana, do not care how big your creatures, kill it. But there's at least 3 cards that will let you blow up a land at instant speed. And not care, you know. They're not lands themselves, which means you can save your lands for doing other functionality. That being said, you generally want them in your... Oh, red also does have some ability of getting instants back from the graveyard. They're usually sorceries, but they sometimes say instant or sorcery. Revolutionist. Instant or sorcery, pardon me. Yeah, one of the various cards of that nature. Yeah, I think I would rather have Fissure over this. Because it, for 1 red mana more, I also have the option of killing a creature. I think I'm less likely to spend something like this on... I think I'm less likely to actually just want to spend 4 mana on just destroy target land. I think I'm more likely to want Aftershock. Yes, it's slower, but I'm spending 4 mana to blow up a land. Why do I care if it's an instant or not? I would even rather have Demolish, which for the same cost as a sorcery, also gives me the option of hitting an artifact. And that flexibility is important. At least to me it is. Just the ability of being able to use my card for more than one thing. It's a good... I think it's a fine card. I think if you're aiming for targeted land destruction, it's a perfectly cromulent card. I don't think it's a card that most decks actually need. Lava Stop Raider. It took a very long time for us to get from 1 mana for a 1/1 goblin, maybe with some kind of ability, to a 1/2 goblin that didn't have some kind of drawback attached to it. Not only does this not have a drawback, goblins were the first to see the potential of Hedrons in the fight against the Eldrazi, for the magical stones came ready-made with pointy bits. This not only is a 1 mana 1/2 with 2 relevant creature types, Goblin and Warrior, that not only doesn't have a drawback, it has a slightly higher than base, double fire breathing effect. You pay 3 mana for +2 power instead of 2 mana for +2 power. But only one of that needs to be red, which is why it's costed the way it does. It's costed the way it is for limited. In the set, there's going to be a lot of colorless mana floating around, and you're playing limited. You can't assume that you're going to have a lot of red in your deck, so you want to be able to activate this at least once or twice reasonably. So it's perfectly fine, and you're playing goblin. Like, if you're playing goblins, it's it's one of the many options you've got for a reasonable one drop. You know, if the words that you're looking at is like, because I ideally want, like, for 1 mana, can I get, what do my 1/1s look like? Cross out anything that's not worth playing. What do my 1/2s look like? Oh, I actually have some options. Are any of them strictly better than my 1/1s? Knock out the 1/1s. That it's not, that are worse than this. So, Goblin Balloon Brigade, I wouldn't call strictly worse, but probably not good enough. But Mon's Goblin Raiders, definitely, probably got knocked out in the first round. What about 1/3s? Probably not likely. However, 2/1s and 2/2s. All of these are reasonable possible options at 1 mana in a goblin deck. Usually I want to be looking at like my 2 power creatures first. When you start seeing something like this, you're like, maybe I shouldn't be starting with that. What if I've got something that's, I don't know, 1/1 with Battle Cry? Well, that can be worth a lot more than the second point of toughness on Lava Step Raider. So, yeah, this is the sort of thing where it's like, you really, really want to start pinging. And if you're building goblins on a budget, that second point of toughness at a single mana is actually means a lot more than it looks. You want your, I would say at that point, you want your Lord effects that cost you the least dollar-wise. You know what? Question. Goblin. I think it's Trash Master. Okay, you're worth a fair bit. Open on Tagger. Activated Type Lord. Oh, Typo Creature. Typo Goblin. There we go. Type Goblin. Oh. Whoops. And then ID equal red, and then USD let's go less than 50 cents. Have we got anything? Cool. Actual options? Patron of the Aki, maybe. And Battle Cry Goblin. How about less than $1? Taskmaster, yes. I think I would run Taskmaster. Battle Cry Goblin, Patron of the Aki. Put +1 counter on each goblin you control. Krenko, yes. Okay. Dropkick Bomber, you can actually get 96 cents. Goblin Pyromancer. When it enters +3/+0 till end of turn, at the end of turn destroy all goblins. If you can find a way to keep your goblins, probably the easiest way I can think of would be returning the Pyromancer back to hand. Only destroys goblins if it's on the battlefield at the end of turn. Huh. And Goblin Lookout would probably make it in. And Goblin Soothsayer. Oh, Goblin Soothsayer gives red creatures. That's an interesting note. Huh. Okay. Okay. So it is conceivable to make a fairly budget-friendly Goblin deck in Commander. Probably... I don't know. I think you could probably do it for, I want to say you could do it reasonably for like 25 bucks. And then fill the rest up with like Lava Step Raiders 4 cents. You could probably fill up like 20 or 30 slots with just like regular goblins that are like a dime a dozen. I think I would actually be fairly happy with that. Stone Fury. 5 mana instant. Damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. Unless you have a reason for dealing damage, which is not on Prosper, and it does say target creature, not target creature and opponent controls or anything. It's target creature. Unless you have a reason for dealing damage, and that could be Brash Taunter, that could be Stuffy Doll, stuff of that nature. Anything that can do something with that damage happening. Don't do it. Play Fisher, play Lava Flow, play Aftershock, play Introduction to Annihilation. Play anything. What I see here... I was going to say what I see here is something that can kill something that's only temporarily a creature. But most of the things that are temporarily creatures are also commonly lands. And lands, red has a real good, a really easy chance of dealing with. It's one of its big shticks is blowing up lands. So Stone Fury, don't do it. Radiant Flames. Converge. X damage each creature where X is number of colors spent to cast it. It only is 3 colors. You would need to hit, that means that most you would get, do 3 damage to everything. If you find ways to force it to cost more, like Thalia and Lodestone Golem, you could potentially bring it up to 5, but you're not going to kill anything big. You're not going to kill off any Titans or anything like that. Radiant Flames, honestly, when you've got access to cards, you're in red. When you've got access to cards like Blasphemous Act and Chain Reaction and stuff of that nature, or just Storm's Wrath, which for an extra red deals 4 damage to everything, don't do it. It's not worth it. Akum Firebird. It's a Phoenix. 4 mana, 3/3 flying haste, attacks each combat of Fable. You could stop there and I would be happy. Landfall, you can pay 6 to bring it back from the graveyard into play. It self-reanimates. Phoenixes commonly do, though not all of them are directly into play. Some of them are you gotta bring back to hand and then recast them. But this is a card that you can discard to another effect and then sometime later drop land, tap 6, cast it, bring it back into play from your graveyard and have another threat on the board. Yeah, has many uses, based on that alone. Firemantle Mage. 3 mana for 2/2 Human Shaman Ally. Human Shaman Ally. Rally. Creatures you control gain menace till end of turn. You want a cheap way to give your stuff menace? This is cheap. You do, however, at this exact same cost, you have Goblin War Drums, which was originally printed at common, and you could pick up for 25-50 cents. It's a coin toss which one I would go for. That being said, I'll be right back. Alright. So, so the biggest problem with a lot of these Converged cards is that that I've noticed anyway, at least the ones at the bottom, is that if you do manage to cast them for, your full Converge cost, i.e. you manage to get, like, say it's a 5 mana card, and you manage to get, you manage to spend 5 different colors on it, you're getting something that's fair. You're not really getting something that's... So, here's a good example. The first green card we see with Converge. For 1 green and 2 other, you get a 0/1 Elf Scout ally. Enters with a +1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. So it's going to be a 1/2. If you manage to spend 2 colors to cast it, it's going to be a 2/3. If you manage to spend 3 colors to cast it, you get a 3/4. And that's it. For three different colors, which you're playing elves, you're probably in, let's see here, green, black, I don't know. Where's the third color for elves usually? I'm gonna say blue. I'm gonna say blue. Blue feels right because things like Simic. So you're in Sultai elves, which feels not unreasonable. And you spend 1 mana of each color, and you get a 3/4. And that's it. You can get a 3 mana 3/4 elf that does things. No, this is just a, it's a 1/2 that if you spend 2 more colors to cast it, it's going to be a 3/4. Now, to be fair, we're also talking at a point when Centaur Courser was considered fair, but Centaur Courser also had the drawback of being of being a centaur, a creature type that had a little bit of support but not a lot. So a 2/3 elf as an example, or like a 2/3 elf ally for 3 mana is probably about right. But it's not exciting. It doesn't do anything. And it doesn't even have the option of being a vanilla creature. It enters with +1 counters, and that's it. But suddenly it's now, how big am I? It doesn't even have the decency of having an actual ETB or dice trigger or anything. It's just, I enter and I'm this size, and that's it. Eh? Compare that with Infuse the Elements. For 1 extra mana, you have an instant with Converge, which is going to give the creature trample regardless, and at least +1/+1. And if you spend more mana to cast it, it's going to get a bigger buff. It's conceivably, if you spend 4 colors to cast it, you're going to give +4/+4 in trample, which is pretty good. The problem is for +3/+3 and trample that commonly cost 2 to 3 mana. It is very easy for you to get +3/+3 in trample for 3 mana, sometimes even 2. So it's not worth it because the best you're doing is spending mana of 4 different colors to give +4/+4. No, just no. Again, the red cards at this level are so far more interesting to me than the green ones. Morass Ranger. Four mana, 3/3 human warrior. Landfall, you can pay 4 mana to put 2/+1 counters on her. Yeah, okay. Human warrior, now also ranger, which was not a creature type when this came out, if memory serves me. I think it might have been the Adventures in Forgotten Realms sets that turned around and said, hey, we should introduce Ranger as a class. You know, for doing the race class model, and the game was based on D&D, and we're introducing a D&D set, we should have Ranger as a separate class. So it is now a Ranger, because even its name says it's a Ranger. And this is one of those cards that feels like it should have been an elf. And did I say that elves are in this set? Yeah, elves are in this set. And this feels like it should have been an elf. This very easily could have been an elf. It's not an elf. So, what kind of deck are you putting this in? I mean, putting it in a +1 counters deck, you know, more than likely. But you don't have the elf synergies of mana generation. Now, here's the question. Are there enough humans that tap for mana where you can build an elf deck? Well, you can build a deck that feels like an elf deck, but it's humans. So that's an interesting question. Let's do a quick scan of my Selesnya deck. You still do not give me details. Fine. Have to do this manually. Non-mono green druids. No. No. You. Okay. In druids, no. Whoops. Type human. ID equal green. Oh, come. If that mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, do you actually, no, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, no, 20, 19. So 19 up to 2 mana that don't care what colors you're playing, or what creature type you're playing. One, okay. I think there's enough ways. Yeah. I think you can build humans sufficiently close to elves. You might not have enough Lord effects to do it, but I think you can build it sufficiently close to elves that you could actually build like a human tribal deck. And like a human tribal deck that feels like an elf deck. I think everything's going to be like a mana more because they're not quite as efficient as elves. But you're getting there. And then Marauder Ranger can fit into that. Interesting. Woodland Wanderer. Woodland Wanderer I always found interesting. Because this I always saw as like, if I just cast it straight up, it's fine. And then I realized much, much later is that if I cast it straight up, I'm spending 1 color of mana to cast it. So it's a 3/3 Vigilance Trample. Suddenly I'm much more interested because I thought it was going to enter as a 2/2. No, if I'm casting it in a mono green deck, I'm casting it as a 3/3 Vigilance Trample because it's a 2/2 with a +1 counter on it. Because I'm spending green to cast it. Oh, yeah. 3/3 Vigilance Trample. A perfectly cromulent creature for mono green. Doesn't need a second color. If you have a second color, you have a 4/4 Vigilance Trample. You can potentially end up with a 6/6. I think 4/4 is as far as I would expect to cast it for, but in a 5 color, in an elemental deck, you're playing elementals, should probably be, and you want a decent sized beater, this is going to work pretty well. So the first 2 cards I'm pretty meh on. The next 2 I'm much happier about. Broodhunter Worm, I'm sorry. 4 mana for a 4/3. You're in green. You're in the creature color. This is what every other color should be getting. Just no. you should be getting a 4/4, and in fact for 4 mana, value equal 4 mana 3. Order, power, direction, descending. Wow. Oh. Ordinary bear, so you can get a 4/5. Really? For vanilla creature. For vanilla creature, you're only getting a 4/3 until the Hobbit came out and gave us a 4/5. Toughness greater than 2. There we go. So for 4 mana, 4/4, 4/5. Yeah. Wow. Even for double green plus 2, you get a 4/4 or 4/5. And anything else is smaller. I don't get it. Green is the color of creatures. Why are we only now just getting from ordinary bear? Why are we now just getting something that's better than... That's wrong. That is so wrong. We should be getting a 4/4 by now. It took the Hobbit to give us better than a 4/3. WTF. Orn Reef Invoker. 2 mana, 2/2. Pay 8, give it +5/+5 and trample till end of turn. Honestly, I would largely pass on this. And the reason I would largely pass on this is because the invokers, let's just rewind a moment to hit the other ones. Valakut, 8 mana, 3 damage to any target. I do not see the black one, which means it's probably a reprint. Blue looks like it's probably also got a reprint. Did everybody else get a reprint? Or did they save the other 3 for... I think they saved the others. Block. BFZ. Name invoker. Oh no, we only got the 2 of them. Really? We only got the 2 of them? Weird. That's so weird. Would have thought the other invokers would have... Would have thought we have an invoker for each color. No, it's only the 2 of them. Okay. That being said, what's the wolf I'm playing? I cannot think of what it's called. Mono green elves. Oh, Spectral Hunt color. Yeah. I have this in my mono green commons only elf deck because this is much more useful than anything that pumps itself. Giving all my creatures +1/+1 and trample till end of turn for 6 mana is a lot better than giving a single creature +5/+5 and trample till end of turn. Because I need 5 creatures to make up the difference. But I'm probably making more than 5 creatures. You know, in a deck like Elves, you're going to have a lot of creatures, barring Wrath effects. And even then, after a Wrath effect, you're probably still okay. So, Oran Reef Invoker, fine and limited. It's okay for certain things. Not very excited by it. Snapping Gnarlid. It's a Grizzly Bear with Landfall +1/+1 till end of turn. Again, it's a perfectly cromulent creature, but you know, it's really easy to have 2 mana creatures in green that are 2/3s and 3/2s and 3/3s. And even my Burrow's aggro deck has got a 2 mana 4/4 and a 2 mana 4/3. One's got an upkeep cost, but that doesn't require mana. And it's good for eating graveyards. And the other has got an ETB where I pitch a card. Okay. And once you get, realistically, once you get to a 3/3, once you get to a 4/4, you're at worst going to trade with this thing. Barring, you know, somebody doing something silly like playing like 3 rampant growth effects or, you know, nature's lore or whatever in the same turn. Barring something weird like that, you're just going to be like, okay. But, you know, if you're in white, you've got your various Swords of Plowshares and Path Exile variants. If you're in black, you've got your various murder variants. If you're in red, well, if you're in red, I normally go for cards like Aftershock, but even if you're not, cards like Lightning Bolt, second land enters, triggered ability on the stack, burn it in response. Blue, you can unsummon it, you can copy it, you can just simply polymorph it via cards like Raven Form into a 1/1 flyer instead, and not have to worry about it ever growing. Green. Have one of your handful of creatures that got first strike, like Miri. Was it Miri Cat Warrior? I think her name is. Yeah, Miri Cat Warrior. One of your handful of creatures that have got first strike. That are in green, and give a death touch. No big deal. It's it's fine, but honestly, out of the first 7, these 2 here, numbers 3 and 4, interest me the most. Tajuru Beastmaster. When this or another ally enters under your control, your creatures get +1/+1 till end of turn. It's a 6 mana 5/5 elf warrior ally. Again, have all your stuff enter as allies somehow, and it's just easy. You're on easy mode at that point. Earthen Arms. This is expensive, but here's the funny part. 2 mana sorcery. Put 2/+1 counters on target permanent. Yes, target permanent. Think about that for a moment. Creature can get them. Okay, that's not difficult. Land can get them. Well, you're in green. Green likes to animate their lands. Lands like to turn into creatures by themselves anyway. Yeah, it's fine. Artifacts. I mean, yeah, sometimes that's a thing. What you can do is, if you are concerned about somebody blowing up your, I don't know, mana crypt, let's say, and they've got Karn, the Great Creator, in play. Earthen Arms. They try and animate it. Now you've got a 2/2 creature to end a turn because it's actually got 2/+1 counters keeping it alive. There are ways to animate artifacts that people do occasionally play. Enchantments. What? I mean, unless somebody's playing Opalescence or was it Opalescence or Starfield of Nyx or one of those other really weird ones, it doesn't happen. There's very little way to animate enchantments. Planeswalkers? Some planeswalkers have built-in ways to do it. Certain versions of Sarkhan do it. Gideon generally has a way to do it in most of his variants. Very few planeswalkers have another way of turning into a creature. That being said, you can also run, what do you call it? Lexior Jada's Gift. Equip it to a planeswalker. The planeswalker now becomes a creature with power and toughness equal to the number of counters on it. Putting a +1 counter will therefore add twice. Well, what else is there? So there's 8 card types. Land, creature, land, artifact, enchantment, planeswalker, tribal, now known as kindred, only sort of counts. It gives creature types to stuff that don't normally have it. Instant and sorcery are the other two. Oh, and battle. There's no way to, my knowledge, to animate a battle as a battle without turning it into something else first and animating it that way. For example, turning it into an artifact and then animating it because now it's also an artifact. But Earthen Arms is the sort of thing you can not unreasonably, you can target land with it. In fact, that's kind of the thing they were thinking of. And then you spend 5 more mana to awaken 4. Well, what's going on here? You're spending 5 mana to awaken a land with 4 counters? Doesn't even blue get better than that sometimes? Well, yes, but no.
because you put the 2 counters on a land. If you then put the awaken counters on the same land, you've now put 6 counters on that thing. In 2 separate instructions, I might add. So that's relevant for some effects. Which means you've spent 5 mana to put 6+1 counters on a land. This is where green gets its, hey, by the way, I'm the creature color. You now have a 6/6 creature base. Well, I say base. Put base in quotes. It's a 0/0 with 6 counters on it. And you go from there. Oh, and it's got haste. The big reason that they give effects that animate lands, especially if it's only till end of turn, why they give them haste is so that you can turn around and say, oh, hey, by the way, I animate my land, but I just played it this turn. I can still tap it for mana. That's the big reason. That being said, you can also split it up. 2+1 counters here, and Earthbend it later, and then Awaken here. And that's still, that's still perfectly, acceptable. And then if you Earthbend 2, well, now you've got 2 4/4 lands that you're attacking your opponents with. No big deal. So yeah, if you're considering your awakened lands as a strategy, Earthen Arms is not unreasonable to throw into something like that. Plated Crusher. 7/6 trample hexproof for 7 mana. You are playing this. You are playing this because it's a big trampling hexproof creature. It is a creature that is hard to kill, apart from like throwing enough blockers in front of it, or a big enough creature in front of it, or a board wipe. And if you don't have that, heaven forbid you do, the person. Heaven forbid you find a way to give this, I don't know, first strike or death touch. Either one. Yeah, just dangerous creatures, dangerous. News at 11. Scythe Leopard. 1 mana for 1/1. Landfall, +1/+1 till end of turn. Again, the sort of card I much prefer over. Was Steplings in here? Or were you the. No, okay. Yeah, Scythe Leopard, 1 mana, 1/1. Landfall, +1/+1 till end of turn. I would prefer I think it was red I was looking at that had a similar. Yeah. An extra point of power and trample for an extra mana. And I would prefer the McKinley Sled Runner because you're more likely to actually get through for damage. And it's fine. It will, it's a cat. I think its best home is probably a cat tribal deck. And again, you're playing green. This is the sort of green deck where you want to ramp out lands, not you want creatures that tap for mana. Reclaiming Vines, there's a lot of cards of this nature, usually when green's got a card like this, it's actually, is this Creeping Mold? Creeping Mold was what? Artifact, enchantment, or land. Artifact, enchantment, or land. Yeah, this is exactly Creeping Mold. This is exactly Creeping Mold, which is, you know, if you want an effect like you play this. There's this, there's Bramble Crush, which is similar. It's target non-creature permanent, which now gives you also the ability of hitting battles. If somebody in your group plays battles, you really want Bramble Crush instead. Planeswalkers, it'll also hit. Reclaiming Vine / Creeping Mold won't hit those. But yeah, it's perfectly, you're always going to have a target somewhere. At worst, you're going to hit a land. You have the option of, and not only that, this is Commander. There's more enchantments at sea playing Commander than in most other formats. It's certainly worth looking at. Now here's the fun one. Minus ID : C minus minus ID : have we got any? Yes, we do. So I'm now going to go through stuff that have Devoid. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's 56 of them. But the reason we didn't hit any Devoid cards before was simple. A Devoid card in all zones is considered colorless. The cards we were looking at before had a color identity of a specific color, and they were considered to be that color. So for example, these cards, you cast them, you're casting a green spell. So anything cares about you casting a green spell is going to care about casting these. These are red spells. Stuff that has Devoid is going to require colored mana to cast, but is seen as a colorless card by the rest of the game. The difference between this and a colorless card is literally the requirement to cast it. The game sees it every other way as being colorless. Sounds weird, but so this also means that a lot of these cards will either be Eldrazi or they will reference Eldrazi somehow, because this is where the Eldrazi show up. They are largely okay. And I should just take out the lands as well. There we go. Yep. I think white might be the only one that managed to not get any Eldrazi. I think everybody else has been hit by it. Yeah, I see no white ones in here. So, let's go through this fairly quickly. Skitter's Skin. Black card. 4 mana, 4/3. Can't block. 2 mana regenerate only if you have another colorless creature. So 4 mana, 4/3. Damn it. I apologize, people. I couldn't get to the key fast enough for that. 4 mana, 4/3. It's a decent size already. You are trading the can't block. You know, you're balancing can't block with the regeneration. They basically balance out. So it's a reasonable creature. Crumble to Dust. Exile non-basic. Search your opponent's hand library and graveyards for any non-basics with the same name and then shuffle. Then they shuffle. The only way to really make this work, if you can figure it out at all, is taking one of the many creatures that exist in a game that say, hey, you can run any number of me. Somehow turning it into a land. And then crumble to dust it. It's possible to do that. You would need to be in... I want to say you need to be in at least... You want to be in at least Gruul. Because what that allows you to do is allows you to play like a Shaya, maybe a Shaya plus, I don't know, whatchamacallit, Harmless Offering. Here's an Ashaya, I'm going to give it to you. Why? Well, now your creatures are now also lands. Okay. Crumble to dust. Blow up your, blow up your persistent petitioners. I'm now going to go through and find any other persistent petitioners that you've got. Oh. It requires 3 cards. Well, it requires 3 cards to do it. But it does give you a root. That being said, if you're doing stuff like that, you're probably better off just playing cards like Jester's Cap, I think it is. I forget if it... I always get Jester's Cap and Jester's Mask mixed up. But yeah, it's fine. Vestige of Emrakul. 4 mana, you get a 3/4 trample. Better than most of the stuff that you get access to in red. Plain and simple. Better than most of the stuff you get access to in red. I mean, compare what we saw earlier for 4 mana. In the same set, Chasm Guide, which is a 3/2 Rally Haste. Zada Head and Grinder, which is a rare, which is a 3/3. Instant and sorceries that target it, copy and target all your creatures instead. and Belligerent Whiptail, which is a 4/2 Landfall first strike. Vestige of yeah, much better card. And at common, really, really good card. You know, if you're looking at playing Eldrazi, or you just want a decent cromulent, you know, 4 mana red creature. Still perfectly fine. Processor Assault. 2 mana. Additional cost. You take a card somebody has from exile, like an opponent's got exiled, and put it in their graveyard. And then you get to deal 5 damage to target creature. It's fine. I mean, you're looking at... Hey, Aku. You're looking at a removal spell of sorts. Yeah, FOR ZENDIKAR almost done. I've done the monocolored ones. I'm currently going through Devoid. Then I'm gonna hit multicolored and Artifact Land. I think if you're looking for damage sources, this is fine. The biggest problem is you have to keep your eyes open for stuff that exiles. And while that's not impossible, red doesn't exile stuff well. So you'd end up having to rely on stuff like Relic of Progenitus and so forth. We'll also point out that the person that owns the creature that you're blowing up and the person who owns the card that's being moved from exile into a graveyard do not have to be the same player. You can process an exiled card from one person and blow up a second person's creature. It's fine. I mean, again, you are dealing 5 damage for 2 mana, so that is a thing to keep an eye out for. And, you know, when I'm looking at that kind of cost ratio, best thing to do with this is in combination with, yeah, Velia. The sure. The thing I'm looking at though is that a person isn't necessarily playing white. They could, like, what if your deck is mono red? You know, what if the deck that you've decided you want to throw together is mono red? Then you're starting to look into cards like whatchamacallit, Relic of Progenitus would be good for something like that. You know, your various graveyard eating cards. After that, though, I don't really see, like, it's unusual. It's not impossible, but it's unusual for red to be exiling stuff. Now that being said, we just had on the same row here, we've got Crumble to Dust. So it's not impossible. You've got Crumble to Dust. I think you also get Sowing Salt. I want to say also Exiles. Yes. So you can, you know, there are red cards that exile. There's also Kumana from Kamigawa had a thing about exiling. There's some.
but it's not very common. But it also doesn't have to be you that did the exiling. If somebody else went path to exile on your creature, you're like, cool. Take that creature that got exiled, put it back in your graveyard. Wait, what? Yeah, put it back in your graveyard. I'm being nice. You've got a chance to get it back now. Or whatever. Kozilek Sentinel, 2 mana for 1/4. Again, already in my already by this point, what I would consider to be above curve, because you're looking at something that averages to a 2/3. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, this gets +1 power till end of turn. Again, colorless also includes things that have Devoid. So, Kozilek Sentinel, if you cast Crumble to Dust, or Processor Assault, or Vestige of Emrakul, you're going to, that is going to pump the Sentinel. This is the same sort of thing to keep in mind when you're dealing with creature types versus Changeling. Colorless includes stuff that's got Devoid. So, yeah, Kozilek Sentinel, perfectly decent creature, and it's a 2 mana 1/4. You can also throw it into a deck that care about toughness, and suddenly it will be attacking or blocking as a 4/4, as a 4 power creature. Serpentine Spike. Speaking of exile, 7 mana sorcery. You choose 3 separate creatures. One of them takes 2, one of them takes 3, one of them takes 4. Has to have 3 separate targets. As long as one of those targets is still legal when the spell resolves, it'll still do as much as it can. 2, 3, 4. If any of those creatures would die this turn, exile them instead. My concern about a card like Serpentine Spike is once you hit 7 mana, you're starting to hit the I can wipe the board now stage in red. For example, nope, sorry, wrong one. For example, Devastation. For the exact same cost, and also sorcery, destroy all creatures and lands. So, why are you running Serpentine Spike to try and kill? Unless you are specifically going for a surgical strike, but red doesn't play with surgical strikes. You either, you either burn a creature at a time, or you kill everything. And not only that, I don't think the only reason to play a card like Serpentine Spike is when you want to make sure that the 3 things that you hit are not going to be able to come back. So you play this, and then you follow it up with Blasphemous Act or something. What's Hanada? I know the card name, I just can't remember what it does. Oh, Hanada. Cost 1 less to cast for each target. Okay, yep.
which means now you're casting it for 4 instead of 7. Okay. And a deck like, playing it that way, I have Hinata out. Next turn, I cast this. It's got 3 targets. I blow up 3, I hit 3 things. What I see this more typically being used for, and Aku, you're very right there. What I typically more likely see this for is I play this now, and then I tap an 8th mana, and I cast a card like Blasphemous Act, and kill everything, and the 3 that I hit first are not going to get destroyed, they're going to get exiled. So people cannot very easily get them back. Hinata does make it more useful. I would also, for something like that, I would also really want something along the lines of Fiery Emancipation or something of that nature. Something that can increase the amount of damage that gets dealt. Ideally, anything that at least doubles. If it doesn't do double, then what's his name? Toralf, I think it was. Which gives your non-creature sources plus... No. It... Isn't it... Wait, is that your red sources? Toralf. No, it's not Toralf. What are you? I can... I can see it. It's that frickin' dwarf. Set KHM T dwarf. Is commander. Oh, damage. ID equal red. What the heck is your name? What do you mean no? Are you... It's not Kaldheim. What were you? Torbran. Torbran's what I'm thinking of. If a red source you control. Oh, that's not going to work because Serpentine Strike says it's not. It has no colors, so that will not work. So you would need something like... What does Fiery Emancipation say? Fiery Emancipation. If a source you control... Oh, colon. Ingress Marauders works. How much is Marauders now? Damn it. Ingress Marauders. City on Fire or Fiery Emancipation. Any of those would make Serpentine Spike really frickin' scary. Also, if you've got a way to convoke it, that's another story. But yeah, Serpentine Spike, I'm kind of iffy about. It's not. I much prefer the Skitter Skin, the Vestige, This and the Sentinel first so far. The Crumble to Dust has got ways you can play it. Um, if you really want to hit land and make sure it doesn't come back, then fine. And sometimes that's a thing that you want anyway. You want to be able to exile a Cabal Coffers or something so you don't have to worry about it again. Cryptic Cruiser. It's almost like it's a phantom monster without flying. But you pay 3 and process a card to tap target creature. Eh. I will point out that when you try to process something, if there's, I don't know, Leyline of the Void in play, you take the card from exile, you try to put it into the graveyard, which gets replaced with putting it back into exile. If replacement of If replacement effect would cause cards would be put into a graveyard from anywhere to be exiled is sad. You can still put an exiled card into its opponent's graveyard. Becomes a new object and remains in exile. In other words, basically what I said happened. You can still put an exiled card into its opponent's graveyard, becomes a new object, and remains in exile. So it's like it tries to take it from exile, put it in the graveyard, but the replacement effect kicks in and says, but instead of going to the graveyard, you're going into exile. So you can do this with effects like Leyline of the Void and similar effects. Anything that says, if a card would go to the graveyard, exile it instead. This will still work. Unfortunately, there's not really any blue or artifact ways I can think of to do that, but you can find them in white and black easily enough. And of course, there's artifacts that can say, oh, by the way, you're put in the graveyard? Cool, exile you instead. So, I don't think that's worth it, though, for just tapping creatures. I don't think that is going to do enough. Touch of the Void. 3 damage to any target for 3 mana. If a creature dealt damage this way would die this turn, exile it instead. I'm gonna do 3 to you. That's nice. Cool. Combat. Block. Okay. Your creature is exiled. What do you mean it's exiled? Doesn't it just go to the graveyard? Nah, Touch of the Void, remember? Oh no. I can't get it back now? You can't get it back now. Oh. Again, I'm not a card I'm enthused with, but it does, we are talking red having ways to exile cards. While I'm not generally fond of, you're spending 3 mana, why am I dealing damage to a creature to get rid of it? Well, now you're not just getting it off the board. You're exiling it if you're successful. That might actually make it, more worthwhile. Will point out this is a sorcery. Overlook that. This is a sorcery. You really want a card like Vidal Canori or something like that to make this much more playable. But if it dies, no, exile it instead. Just do the thing. Merc Strider, 4 mana, 3/2. When it enters, you can process. If you do, process is taking a card from an opponent that an opponent has that's exiled and putting it in their graveyard. If you notice all the cards that have this ability, all the creatures that have this ability, like Cryptic Cruiser, for example, they're Eldrazi processors, and they all have an ability. Every processor has an ability that says something about putting a card an opponent owns from exile into their graveyard. So, colloquially, we say it's, they're processing it. So, you process an exile, you process a card. This one processes a card to return target creature to its owner's hand. Again, this is trying to be a slightly bigger, whatchamacallit, Mana War. Which, if you're building around that, great. There's another processor over here, which we'll get to in a moment. Silent Skimmer. 4 mana for 0/4 flyer. When it attacks, defender loses 2 life. So you think it's a 2/4 flyer, and it kind of is. Here's the fun part. Throw this in a deck that cares about, toughness matters. This is essentially going to attack as a 6 power creature. What? Creatures you control deal combat damage based on their toughness instead of their power. Okay, so this is going to deal 4 combat damage. But when it attacks, the defending player loses 2 life. That's before blockers are declared. And it's got flying, which again means it's going to be harder to defend against because, and I've said before and I'll say it again, flying creatures win games that they shouldn't otherwise because they have flying. This is part of the reason why dragons is such a big creature type in Commander, because it's not just people like dragons, it's the fact that dragons as a creature type, same with angels, A, they get just enough support. B, they actually get sets based around them, like Tarkir Dragonstorm. C, they've got flying. D, you can find them all the way up and down the mana curve. Usually starting from, let's say, 4 mana and up. You hit 4, you're playing Commander. The first couple of turns, people are just going to be ramping. Turn 4, Dragon. Turn 5, Dragon. Turn 6, Dragon. Turn 7, Land, Dragon. Turn 8, Land, Dragon. Turn 9, Dragon. You can literally play out a dragon like every turn. And once you've got enough mana, once you've got like 8 mana, you can start playing 2 dragons a turn. And by the time you can start casting 2 dragons a turn, it's not unreasonable. One of your opponents is getting kind of low on life because you keep bashing them with dragons. Flying does a lot in Commander. Transgress the Mind. 2 mana, sorcery. Target player reveals their hand. You choose a card, mana value 3 or greater, and exile it. Again, my typical, my typical concern about people playing with discard and commander. Card mana value 3 or greater is going to be most things that are not lands and not just ramp. And in fact, a lot of decent playable ramp also starts at 3. And there are some decks that start at 3. Hilariously, my Boros aggro deck, you cut out the 2-drops, which I think there's like a dozen of them, and the rest of the deck starts at 4 because my commander is on 3. It is really likely that in that deck, most things you're going to come across, probably about half the deck, starts at 3. Or actually starts at 4. So transgress the mind. If there's somebody who's got a thing that you're really concerned about, then, you might need to play it. Don't generally recommend it, but you might need to play it. Oracle of Dust. I might consider throwing this into my mono blue Take Me Down Cantrip City deck. It's a 5 mana 3/5, so averages to a 4/4, which for a 5 mana blue creature, that's about right. Pay 2 and process a card to loot. As long as you've got the mana, like this is one of the rare cards, no pun intended, at common, where you can just keep spending mana, and as long as people still have stuff in exile, you can keep spending mana to keep filtering through your deck. You've got a card in exile, and you've got 2 cards in exile, and I've got like 6 spare mana at the end of like your turn. Cool. I'll spend 6 mana. Put your thing in your graveyard. Put your things in your graveyard. Draw a card, ditch. Draw a card, ditch. Draw a card, ditch. Might actually be worth a consideration. Alright, now for the fun part. Oh yeah. And then stuff that was what was it? ID gold. Minus C colon C minus C colon gold. Anything? 1. There's one card that's got a multicolor. Well, this is a weird one. There's one card that has a multicolor identity in the set that's monocolored. Prism Array. And it has a 5-color identity. Enters with a crystal counter on it for each color spent to cast it. It's a 5 mana enchantment. You remove the counters to tap a creature. Woburg, scry 3. And as I've, it's commonly said that scry 2 is approximately equivalent to draw a card. So scry 3 is like a card and a half, but you're paying 5 mana in 5 different colors, I might add, to get there. I will point out, though, if you have a way to do something about all the counters that are on it, consistently reuse, like proliferate, for example, throwing bird and similar effects, for example, or I can't remember. There's that one 4 mana 1/4 creature. It's rare that people come across a card and say, well, yeah, well, this is a one card, no, a one card win condition. I'm go, it's really not. It'll win the game on its own. No, it won't. Yawgmoth's Will historically has had that. People say that about it, and I'm like, no, it's just an incredibly powerful tutor effect for your graveyard. Or draw effect, or however you want to refer to it. But it will not win the game on its own. You try and cast, go ahead, cast it with an empty graveyard. Let's see you win it. Oh, to do that, I have to. Then it's not a one card win condition. Viral Drake, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Viral Drake is a one card win condition. Because all you have to do is hit everybody else for a point of each. It has in fact. And then you just use its own proliferate ability to give everyone else additional poison. And all you need is the Drake and mana. And you had enough mana to cast it. You probably have enough mana to activate it every turn. It is what I would consider a one card win condition. I'd probably also make an argument for Approach of the Second Sun, and like, there's a small handful of other cards that, it's the only thing that you need in addition to mana to be able to use it, where you can just win the game with that. Most other cards, forget it. Anyway, Prism Array, you have to play it in 5-color. I'm not sure I want this card in a 5-color deck. If I do, I want to run Elagath in there somewhere to turn the Scry 3 into Draw 3, at which point it might be worth it, but other than that, yeah. Alright, let's go for artifacts. There's only 5 artifacts. Hail Elijah. Hedron Blade, 1 to cast, 2 to equip. +1/+1. So basically, short sword, what is it, Logstone Scimitar or whatever it's called. And there's a few other cards that do that, but for an extra mana to equip. But if the equipped creature ends up in combat against a colorless creature, again, including something with Devoid, the creature this is equipped to gets Death Touch till end of turn. In other words, you throw this on Birds of Paradise. It goes up against, I don't know, Emrakul the Promised End. Emrakul, they'll both die, but Emrakul the Promised End, kills Birds of Paradise because 13 power versus 2 toughness. Birds will kill Emrakul because it gets Death Touch because it's getting, it's blocking or being blocked by a creature that's colorless. I think this is one of those equipment where if I'm building an equipment deck that's got some kind of tutor package to it, I've got like a handful of cards like Stonehewer Giant, or what's the one that everyone played in Standard and Modern and Legacy, Uh, wow. I can see you. You're the core sitting on the ground. I can't remember the small white version of you. It's like the name will slip into my brain for like a tenth of a second, and by the time I'm about to open my mouth, it's already gone again. Stone Hewer Giant. Tagger. Uh, Stoneforge Mystic. Yeah, you have Stone Hero Giant or Stoneforge Mystic, and a couple of those kind, like say 3 or 4 cards of that nature that let you tutor up artifacts, ideally equipment. Then a card like Headroom Blade suddenly becomes so much more, so much better. Slab Hammer. So, 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Landfall cares about a land entering. Slab Hammer, when a quick creature attacks, you can take a land that's in play and return it back to your hand. Which will later allow you to landfall again. So, +2/+2 if you do that. Pathway arrows. 1 to cap, 1 to cast, 2 to equip. A quick creature gets 2 tap, 1 damage to target creature. But if you hit a colorless creature, you tap that creature. I think I'd rather have the Hedron Blade for that. Speaking of Hedron, Aligned Hedron Network. 4 to cast. When it enters, exile all creatures power 5 or greater until the network leaves the battlefield. In other words, 4 to cast, ETB, anything that's big, exiled till you get rid of the network. And then Hedron Archive, it's the thumbnail. It's the, double strength Mind Stone. If you know what not the Mind Stone, just Mind Stone. And then land. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think because there's 21. Let's put these into cycles. Sort by color? Alright, kind of. Okay, there's at least 3 cycles. Alright. So, cycle number 1, Blighted. Okay. There's 1 for each color pair. Or, sorry, every color, I should say. Enters untapped. Taps for colorless. pay some amount between 4 to 6 mana, but only requires a single mana of the appropriate type, and you get some kind of effect. Often, you're paying 3 or 4, you're paying about 3 mana more than what it should cost, but you're paying, like, for example, Blighted Cataract. As a spell, this is a 3 mana spell. You're paying 6 mana and tap and sack this land. So 3 mana more than what it would be otherwise. Draw 2 cards. Blighted Fen. Subtract 3 from the activation cost. You're looking at target opponent sacks a creature. Yeah, that's Diabolic Edict. Black plus 4, so 5 mana. Tap and sack. Blighted Gorge. 2 mana is not terrible bad, especially since it's coming from a land. Plus 3 is 5, tap and sack, 2 damage to any target. The white and the green ones are a little odd. Blighted Step, gaining 2 life for each creature you control. That's based on that subtract 3. You're looking at paying 1 mana for 2 life for each creature. You're not going to get 2 life for each creature you control for 1 mana. You might get 1 life for each creature you control for 2 mana. I think you're looking at Congregate, which I think is like 3 or 4. And then Blighted Woodland, the green one. This is basically on par with, just like the white one, this is basically on par with what you should be getting. The additional thing is tap and sack. 2 basic land cards on the battlefield tapped. 4, green plus 3, tap and sack. So that's one cycle. Second cycle. Second cycle are the pseudo basics. I constantly call these sort of effects pseudo basics. They usually enter tapped. They do not generally have the relevant basic land type. They are common. They tap for 1 mana of one of the one of the 5 colors, and they usually have something else, often an enter the battlefield ability. So the white one, Sandstone Bridge, enters tapped, taps for white. When it enters, target creature gets +1 and gains vigilance till end of turn. Blue, Skyline Cascade. Target creature an opponent controls doesn't untap during his controller's next untap step, which is really good. Mortuary Mire makes it into, is made into a couple of my decks because when it enters, target creature card from my graveyard on top of my library. If I'm looking for any sort of reanimation style deck at all, it's going in there. The white one is okay. I never actually covered what I thought of these guys. Blighted Step. Gaining life for each of your creatures. If you're trying to if you need to suddenly gain a bunch of life, it's really good. Blighted Cataract, drawing you cards. Having card draw in your mana base is never bad. Drawing 2 cards at once is good. This is the sort of thing. because it costs 6 to activate, plus losing the land, so essentially 7 mana. It's the sort of thing where you sit there and you have to wait on. This is the sort of thing where it's like, I'm drawing dead right now. I haven't got anything else. And you're like, I guess I gotta sack it. But having the option is always good. Blighted Fen, making somebody sack a creature. They're gonna sack their worst creature, but you can generally tell what that's going to be and plan around it. Blighted Gorge, again, a burn spell in your mana base is fine. Blighted Woodland, you are almost always willing to sacrifice your 5th land for 2 basics instead. You're paying for and sacking a land and getting 2 basics out of it. Oh, I wonder if they're trying to compare that to Harrow. Maybe. The Sandstone Bridge. Target creature +1/+1 vigilance till end of turn. It doesn't say it has to be your creature, though it probably is. If you're ever playing against illusions, though, snipe. Skyline Cascade, stopping a creature from untapping next turn as an ETB on a common land is actually pretty good. Mortuary Mar, like I said, there's it and Witch's Cottage, and I think there might be one other that does that, and all really useful in those kind of decks. Looming Spires. When it enters, target creature gets +1/+1, gains first strike till end of turn. Very similar to the white one, except that gives vigilance. This gives first strike. If you are playing a deck that's at all aggro, or you're playing an aggro deck, you are playing a Voltron deck, anything where you specifically actually care about attacking for as much damage as you can, Looming Spires in your mana base is nice. Fertile Thicket looks at the top 5 and lets you put a basic land that's in your top 5 into your hand, and then you put the rest on the bottom in any order. Even if you don't successfully pull land, those 5 cards on the bottom, you know what they are, you know what they're going to be. That in of itself is useful. You have 5 allied dual lands that have got the basic land types that enter tapped unless you control 2 or more basics. So, if, like me, you run a healthy number of basic lands, I try to run somewhere around 20-ish, these will enter untapped quite often. And they're dollar rare. They've been printed enough. Warhammer. Yeah, they're getting reprinted like consistently. Fallout's got MH3 Commander, Final Fantasy Commander, which means, yeah, they are consistently reprinted. Run a healthy number of basics, like 20-ish or so. That still gives you a good 20 slots for, let's say 10 to 15 dual lands or whatever, and a few utility lands. Still gives you lots to play with. And then you have Shambling Vent and Lumber Falls as 2 dual lands that are they're 2 dual lands that are opposing colored. The other 3 should be in the next set. Shambling Vent, Shambling Zend for three mana. They both enter tapped. Gets you a 2/3 with lifelink. Manlands are good anyway if you don't mind having an if you don't mind having a land that enters tapped, that taps for either color. Having one that has extra value. you know, having one that's got extra useful value is good if you're playing any sort of Orzhov life gain deck. Nyla, hello. Kunja. Hello, hello. Tell me why you say goodbye. I say hello. Not bad. I am almost done for this. I'm almost done the stream for the night. I'm just finishing off looking at lands from FOR Zendikar. And then I gotta go to bed because it's almost 1 in the morning. Where's the other one? Lumbering Falls, 3/3 hexproof. I mean, the best way to have the best time to use Lumbering Falls is when somebody tries to kill it and you've got 4 mana left over and you go, wait, you're trying to kill this with what again? Oh, Ghost Quarter? Yeah, how about no? And basically stop your land from dying. Stuff that's got hexproof, you normally want to throw auras on it or equipment on it and be able to smash face with it. Lumbering Falls, because it's a land. Do you only play MTG online or do you play offline? Oh dear. That link would get you to this. Anything here that asks if I've built it, I have physically built so far. I am doing the one for every color plus color combination, plus about another dozen that are just commons. I am hoping that by the time the weekend is over, I'll have the last card I need for each of 2 different decks, and I can add 2 more to the list of, hey, by the way, these 2 are done. That would be, what am I looking for? That would be Naya, which is Naya Dinosaurs, and Temur Splinter Twin. Yeah, I currently have, what does it say I have? I currently have 29 decks on this list done. Which means once I've got the last card for those 2, I will have 12 more decks to figure out what I'm doing, build them, and then this project is complete. Also, I've been playing way too many years. way too many years. Let me think here. 32 years? I think. Somewhere around there. So, if you are if you're interested in learning about the game and you don't have people that you can get hold of to help, so the first thing I would generally recommend is finding somebody to help you. A good example would be like if there's a local game store nearby, for example. They often have people that are willing to take some time aside and help you learn how the game works.
Um, your first option, in my opinion, should be friends, ideally people that have known you for a while, uh, getting them to help you learn. Barring that, a local game store is going to have people that can help you. If you can't pin down somebody, my next recommendation would be Magic Arena, which is on, I know it's on PC and I know it's on Android. MTG Arena. What are you actually on? You do not actually tell me. I know you can get it on Steam. That does not help me. Oh, here we go. On mobile, PC, and Mac. So if it's on, if it says mobile and Mac, I presume that also means it's a, oh, right here, PC, Steam, Mac, Android, and iOS. Copy, paste. So I would recommend going there. The it'll hand you a few decks. It's got a decent tutorial. It's also got a I hazard to call it an AI. It's not quite that intelligent. Um and it's pretty decent at, like, it allows you to like test your deck against it so you can understand how stuff works. And it does, the decks it plays have some amount of interaction and some amount of creatures. So you're not testing against, you know, you're not doing what's called gold fishing. You're not testing against a thing that doesn't react. But it does give you some idea of how your cards, how an opponent might interact. Although Sparky is at a pretty low level, and most people you're going to be playing against are going to be playing at a higher level than Sparky. But I designed these cards for playing offline. I love playing offline. I much prefer to playing offline. My only problem is because I'm the kind of person that when it comes to building decks, if I need a card for, say, 6 different decks, so just for Commander, I currently have at least 29 that are built and 2 more that need 1 card each. Plus, I've got stuff for all sorts of. Yeah. Uh, why I was showing you the link. It's like, yeah, all this. There we go. If it has a Y in that first column, it means I have actually physically built it. There's some I still have to figure out how I'm building it. If there's a link here, that means I've at least figured out how I'm building it. Yeah.
And I am down to needing... Oh yeah, I have to clear off most of this now. What am I down to? Uh, I have this. Delete. I have delete. Delete and delete. I have these two cards left that I need. And these are the set codes for what sets they come from. Yeah, and once I've got those, I've got 2 more decks done. Anyway, yeah, Lumbering Falls, it's honestly, its best way to use it is realistically, it's a land that's going to be harder to kill because it can become hexproof. That's 3 cycles, there's 21, so 6 left. So, who's left? Ally Encampment. Realistically, you play this if you're playing allies, and if you're playing allies, you're probably getting a decent amount of help from Avatar: The Last Airbender. You are largely looking at the first trip to Zendikar, the second trip to Zendikar, which is this block, smattering here and additional smattering here and there, and Avatar: The Last Airbender is where most of the rest of your cards are going to come from. Spawning Bed. Taps for colors. Tap 6 and tap and sack it. You make 3 Eldrazi Scions. You are doing this, realistically, what this is for is a piece of ramp. This will get you from, you're paying 6 and sacking this. So this was your 7th source, but you're losing it. But you're getting 3 Scions. So you're replacing that, you're going up 2. So this allows you to go from 7 mana to 9 mana on your next turn, for sure. Also, it gives you 3/1/1 tokens, which can be used for their own things. They are things that can... I'm from Canada. I'm about an hour from Toronto. Sanctum of Fugan. Taps for colors. Most of these I've noticed tap for... Actually, I think only the dual lands and the pseudo basics. I mean, just like the US, I could say what time it's set in the US, and it's like, I don't know, are you Pacific? Are you Atlantic? Are you, Hawaii, etc.? I am Eastern time zones, so it's just after 1 in the morning. Yep, same here. I think anything that's not a dual land or a pseudo basic, I think they all also tap for colorless. Yes, they do. You don't have to work in the morning because it's late. I don't believe so. I have to double check. I think I'm in at 1. That one, that one. It is now Thursday. Yes, 1 o'clock. So I have to be there in about 12 hours. But yeah, Sanctum of Yugen. When you cast a when you cast a colorless spell, mana value 7 or greater, you can sack this. Notice there's a lot of sacrificing of lands in this set. If you do, search for a colorless creature card, put in your hand, and shuffle. Any colorless creature. It can be an Eldrazi. It can be one of the it can be a creature with Devoid. It can be. By the way, if I asked you which card from the decks that you have that you'd like to see an altered version, I don't know. I have too many decks. I have way too many decks. Shrine of the Forsaken Gods. This is basically trying to be, I guess you could say, a fixed version of Temple of the False Gods. Oh yes, what I was saying earlier. The gods known to the merfolk as Ula, Emeria, and Kosi were nothing more than false memories of monstrous trinity, the Eldrazi titans Ulamog, Emrakul, and Kozilek. What would I want to see an altered version of? I do not know. I really don't know. But yeah, Temple of the False Gods taps for 2, but only if you control 5 or more lands, but doesn't tap for mana otherwise. Shrine of the Forsaken Gods, if you've got 7 or more lands, taps for 2, but taps for 1 on its own. And I think that is it. And then, what is next after this? I fast forward down to 2015. Battle for Zendikar. Oh yes, Oath of the Gatewatch. I don't even. Honestly, I do not know. I would have to go through a lot of my one particular deck that I have is it's a 5-color deck based on animals. By which I mean that it has to be an actual animal. It can't be a humanoid animal. So, for example, I can have a cat in there, but I cannot have a cat warrior. Um, I can have an elephant, but I can't have an elephant cleric. And I spent probably a couple weeks going through every page of creatures on Scryfall after having had this ginormous search restriction thing put up to help me narrow down just the animals that are in the game. And I went through about, there's 60 cards per page on Scryfall. And I went through somewhere around 35 to 40 pages. Yeah, I think it was like 38 pages or something like that at that point. Narrowing down and basically saying, not allowing myself more than 3 options per page. And then once I did that, I ended up with like 115 or so cards. And then I had to narrow that down to 50.
I would have to do the same sort of thing for all my commander decks. I I I appreciate it. I don't think I'd likely to take you up on that. If I do have, if I do want something like that done, um, I know somebody who lives not far from here that would be willing to do that. But I do have to let you go. It's like 10 after 1, and I have a roommate in the next room over who's trying to sleep right now. So I really should end the stream for the night. But there should be a link in my on my Twitch stream for my Discord. If it's not there, you can also check on my YouTube. I know it's on one. I think I put it on both. Uh, there. But that being said, I gotta let you go. It's late, and I'm gonna be up pretty early later this week. Um, have an event on the weekend, and I've got to be getting up around 5 in the morning on Saturday and Sunday. So, anyway, good night, everyone. See y'all next week. Uh, Based on what I'm seeing, I might be shifting things over to Wednesday. We'll see what happens. Anyway, good night, everyone. Adios. Bye.